Merry Christmas Eve, Space Fam. Merry Christmas Eve, Space Fam. Merry Christmas Eve, Space Fam.
Do you know what we're here for? The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
SWB audio capture, not registered.
strategy, Cotton. It pays off for 'em.
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
I see that you know your judo well.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Illegal.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing.
I'm staying in the race.
Winter is coming.
Precision of language. Please.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
What now?
A fucking bitch.
Don't be creepy.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
Aren't I a good guy?
Jesus, I say that.
Rid of the Second Amendment.
Oh, another curfew.
Interesting.
Just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
Consequences.
Could Jumbo.
Well, ho ho ho, space fams. Merry Christmas. It's that time of year. Still some amount of doom and things to look at while trying to get through this here Christmas Eve, but a lot less than usual. So I guess we better get right to it. Seatbelts optional on Santa's magic sleigh tonight. Why is my mouth not moving? Oh, right, because I had a sound malfunction, and that's kind of a big part of this. There we go. That's much better. Oh, nope, I screwed it. I screwed the pooch. That's not how you do this. This is how you do this. Come on. There we... Ha! I've done it. I've done it. If you didn't notice, my sound completely failed during the opening music today. Thankfully, I managed to get it functional before I pulled my hair out. It's good to see all of you space fans here on this eve, 2 days after the winter solstice. Bob Carmody with first, Morbius Dragon with second, and who even got third? I didn't even give out a medal, I just started the stream. That's crazy. PB gets the medal, very well done. Jerry McLean, close fourth. The Anti-Corporatist, Moa Noah. Decipher. Sassy Sassarai. Disco Wolf. Sky High. A-Rock 121. Anybody else in this chat? Sarah Layla. Alright. I think I got everybody in there. If I didn't... Oh, Geo Dragon getting in the last second. Good to see you as well. Alright, everybody. Let's get to it. It's true, Bob Carmody won by a lot. We all do know it. Write it down. If you haven't written it down, post it in the Discord and the place where that goes. But enough tarrying about. We gotta get to the news.
Time is running out to get your holiday gifts where they need to go. And when it comes to delivering to some of the most remote parts of the U.S., the clock is ticking fast. We sent CBS's Chris Van Cleve to the city of North Pole, Alaska, for a look at the nonstop work by an army of Santa's helpers.
'Twas the week before Christmas, with plenty stirring at the Santa Claus house in North Pole, Alaska. They've checked their list twice, realizing it's far more naughty than nice if any of their gifts show up late.
People are used to waiting until the very last minute to shop online, which presents a challenge for us.
It does present a challenge.
Process that order and ship it out from Alaska.
In North Pole, candy canes double as...
When he says Alaska, he does mean the North Pole, of course. Santa making those presents.
Lights, and this big guy looms large year-round. So Christmas takes on special meaning for resident and FedEx driver Bill Suplu.
Are you leaning into Santa's helper?
Yeah, this is a wonderful time of the year. Yeah, everybody's so happy right now, so it makes our job a lot easier.
Even as the weather makes it harder.
Just the other day, it was 30 above, you know, and then you wake up the next morning, it's 30
below.
below.
No,
you wait
I
for the
forgot.
moves to pass before you deliver.
Oh,
it back.
no, I was going to do that.
Yeah, we don't want to mess around with those guys.
Hey, I mean, you know, getting these holiday packages out there, there's some risk involved, especially when you got mice? How do you, what's the plural of moose? We got moose running around out there. You know, they look cute from afar, but they're actually quite large and dangerous.
Gifts Suplu is delivering to Kris Kringle Drive come from an airfield 20 miles down a frozen road.
You only have a few hours of daylight here in Fairbanks. The temperature is hovering around 0. About 3,000 packages a day come in on planes like this one.
At the controls, Captain Joseph Erickson.
Yeah, I know there's a good chance there's...
Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. Why should the plural of moose be moose? Why is the plural of goose not goose? It's not making any sense. It should be meese, right? I mean, if we're staying consistent.
Special present on that plane, and it's important to get that to that family.
And to get to Fairbanks, those shipments from around the world come through this sprawling sorting center at the Anchorage airport. 33 planes a day carrying 80,000 packages. Running around the clock, so gifts can span the globe in as little as 24 hours.
Now, while FedEx has their workers going right now, don't forget Amazon workers are striking, attempting to get better benefits or to be treated just as literally employees. But it is definitely an important task that should probably receive the same sort of respect as other jobs. English is far from consistent. Yeah, I know. It would just make me happy if we could just have goose, geese, meese, moose, right? It would just be better for me, I think. It would just be better for me. All right. We got one story here to talk about before we get to more Christmas stuff. But this guy is in jail right now on this Christmas, and well, I think some are hoping him a happy holiday right now. However, probably a little difficult this time.
Luigi Mangione, the man accused of killing the CEO of United Healthcare, was back in a Manhattan courtroom on Monday, this time in state court for an arraignment on his...
What just happened?
on his murder indictment on state charges that allege he killed CEO Brian Thompson as an act of terrorism. Now, last week, Mangione was charged in federal court as well. He appeared there on Thursday. This time, he entered a plea of not guilty and then was returned to federal custody while the prosecutors at the state level and the federal level work out exactly who will have custody of him going forward. Defense lawyer Karen Friedman-Agnifilo took issue with the dueling charges. She said that Mangione, the 26-year-old Ivy League graduate, is being treated as a political ping pong ball between what she said are warring jurisdictions.
That, of course, was murder suspect Luigi Mangione.
Is it just me, or does it feel like they're trying to make a spectacle out of this whole thing?
The city where he allegedly shot and killed the CEO of United Healthcare, Brian Thompson, just 3 weeks ago. Mangione pleaded not guilty to the New York State charges, including terrorism, first-degree and second-degree murder. His attorney argued the state and federal prosecutors are playing political ping-pong with him, adding this.
I'm very concerned about my client's right to a fair trial. Like every other defendant, he is entitled to a presumption of innocence. But unfortunately, the way this has been handled so far, his rights are being violated.
Meanwhile, dozens protested outside, holding signs with phrases such as "people over profit" and "free Luigi." CNN's Shimon Prokopez brings us to New York, where prosecutors have mountains of evidence to sort through.
The crime of murder in the first degree and other related charges. Have you pleaded this indictment, sir? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty. Accused killer Luigi Mangione back in court, this time for the charges he faces in New York State, wearing khakis and a maroon sweater, shackled at the wrists and ankles. The camera in court capturing the 26-year-old as he faces 11 state charges that include murder in the first degree and murder in the second degree as a crime of terrorism for the alleged killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson.
He's a young man, and he is being treated like a human ping pong ball.
His attorney slamming the way Mangione was paraded before cameras on being brought back to New York City from Pennsylvania.
They are literally treating him like he is like some sort of political fodder, like some sort of spectacle.
During the arraignment.
Yeah, absolutely. You're not a lawyer, but you don't think the terrorism trial. I think I said that last stream, didn't I? I'm not claiming that you're like repeating what I'm saying. I'm just saying that like I could have sworn that's what I've been saying too, because it just doesn't feel like if you look at any of the evidence that can possibly hold up. Just, you know, based upon what we've been told terrorism is supposed to be, it was clearly not intended to cause fear among the populace or target, civilians essentially. But whatever. Keep this going.
Rare camera access being allowed.
Got a lot of
to
Christmas
record the
stuff to do today.
Prosecutors disclosing just how much evidence they have.
I have never seen a case with such volume of evidence, aside from the issue of the quality.
Oh, yeah. Well, it might be bad quality evidence, but you got a lot of it. That's good.
Hours of video tracking and the like.
Mangione seen smiling at times while talking with his legal team.
Seems to be doing fine.
A small group of protesters gathered to voice their support for Mangione.
Remember when we watched that clip of CNN where they were talking about how he was going to have a hard time in jail and people were going to, they were going to like hold him hostage or something. He seems to be doing fine. I'm not going to lie. Even though all of this is going on right now, he seems to be taking it rather well.
The hearing ended with Mangione casually folding some papers before police escorted him away.
Luigi, you have anything to say?
Mangione also faces federal charges that include murder through the use of a firearm. The state trial is expected to come first. Mangione faces a maximum sentence of life in prison for the state charges, and prosecutors could decide to seek a death penalty in the federal case.
And Phil, he'll be back in court on February 21st on the state.
Okay, hold on. We gotta keep this moving. Let's go here. This is, I think it was technically earlier today. Well, not earlier today, but
tonight, CEO shootings.
I think this got posted today, technically.
Pleading not guilty to state terror and murder charges in New York, appearing in court today wearing street clothes and in shackles. Outside the court, he had supporters show up for him, waving protest signs that said "people over profit." It comes days after Mangione appeared in federal court. Kara Scannell was in the courtroom today. She's out front.
Luigi Mangione, accused of shooting and killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, arriving to a New York City courtroom today. Escorted by police officers, his wrists and ankles shackled.
Not guilty.
Mangione entering a plea of not guilty to the 11 New York State counts he is facing, which include murder in the first degree and murder in the second degree as a crime of terrorism.
I'm very concerned about my client's right to a fair trial. Like every other defendant, he is entitled to a presumption of innocence. But unfortunately, the way this has been handled so far, his rights are being violated.
Now, this is kind of strange, right? Because the fact is usually cameras are not allowed in courtrooms in New York. So the fact that there are cameras in this courtroom is very strange.
His attorney, Karen Friedman,
This is something that I-
telling Judge
you know,
Gregory
whatever.
Caro that Mangione was being used like, quote, political fodder.
He's a young man, and he is being treated like a human ping pong ball between two warring jurisdictions here.
Saying last week's now infamous perp walk with Mangione stepping off a helicopter surrounded by heavily armed law
I wonder how much that
enforcement
walk
officers
cost the
and
city of New
City
York.
Mayor Eric.
What do you think this like long stroll cost New York? You got Mayor Eric Adams in the mix. We got like what 30, 40 people walking with him all at once, all getting paid to walk as slow as anybody's ever walked on the street of New York in the history of New York. It's fucking insane.
Adams trailing behind was inappropriate.
Frankly, Your Honor, the mayor should
Exactly.
know more than anyone.
Exactly, PB. Exactly. Great point. Right? I mean, even with a trial as big as Donald Trump, at the time, former president, now president-elect. I mean, the fact that that guy no cameras in that courtroom. We had to look at only drawings of what was going on. Remember that when we were getting to see all the drawings during the trial? It was like, oh, what drawing do we get to see today? Oh, yay. But for this, we get cameras? Okay. Okay, and you're telling me you're not trying to make a spectacle out of this situation. Interesting.
Presumption of innocence.
Noting Adams' own legal problems over federal charges, including bribery, to which he has pled not guilty.
I submit that he was just trying to detract from those issues by making a spectacle of Mr. Mangione.
Agnifilo also asking for expedited discovery, but prosecutors warning that may not be
21
so
likes.
easy.
I
Right.
have never seen a case.
Sorry, I got distracted. I saw that you had likes. I know someone in chat mentioned that we had likes, and I didn't do it because I was forlorn and upset with myself due to the fact that I did not change the support characters today. I had plans, but it was just a matter of I was tired as shit. I did not fall asleep at the right time last night. Oh, God. But I wanted to edit the emotional support characters for today. I was going to give you Bruce Willis and like other sorts of, Christmas support, right? Die Hard, Lethal Weapon, Donnie Glover, right? I had plans and I ruined it. All right, we're gonna get regular support characters. How's that? 15. Okay. Oh wait, we need 2. 15 and 1. Oh, well, there's 1. And 15. Okay, there we go.
Such volume of evidence.
Saying there are thousands of hours of video tracking Mangione. Mangione is also
Chevy
facing
Chase,
4
sure, that would have been a
federal
good one too,
including
Morbius.
murder through use of a firearm.
Absolutely.
As we understand that we have primary jurisdiction, and we have been informed by the U.S. Attorney that they intend on allowing us to.
I didn't
try
even
our
think of
case
that one.
First.
And I think that tells you. I think that makes me not American. I think if you forget Chevy Chase around Christmas time, might as well just leave.
We will comply with our ethical obligations with respect to trying this defendant's guilt in this courtroom and this courtroom alone.
Mangione has not entered a plea yet on the federal charges. Prosecutors could decide to seek the death penalty in that case. Members of the public filling 4 rows of the courtroom to watch the hearing unfold.
Luigi, want to say something?
While outside, protesters rallied in support of Mangione and against
Okay, I am kidding. If you forgot Chevy Chase too, like I did, you don't have to leave. Or if you like, you could come to the space station. That's a viable option.
companies like United Healthcare.
And Kara's here with me. And Kara, you were in the courtroom today. You could see Mangione up close as he entered this plea. Tell us what stood out to you.
I mean, if you look at the contrast, he's covered by security. There were security officers from the court surrounding him at one point when the lawyers went up to the bench to talk to the judge. Just a real strong presence, walking him into the courtroom arm in arm. And then by contrast, he's very calm. You see his lawyer there putting her hand on his shoulder, emphasizing he's a young man, trying to draw that contrast that he's not the shooter, the killer that he's been charged with being. And also interesting in court, there were 4 rows for the public and they were filled. They were waiting online, just like the reporters, to get into the courtroom. The majority of them were women and young women, which is just interesting. You don't really...
Okay, yeah, it is interesting, I suppose. I'm not sure what it is you glean from that, aside from he's clearly popular with ladies.
This sensation about him. You see the people outside court protesting in favor of him in a sense, which you don't usually see when someone is facing such serious charges. Also, even the fact that we saw these images and the video of him, that is something that hasn't happened in the New York State court system in at least a decade.
Right, exactly.
Dominique Strauss.
See, even she agrees. Even she agrees that it's crazy that there's cameras in this courtroom. Yeah, no, seriously. Yeah, chat gets it. Love you all. Yes, Christmas Vacation as well, right? That's the Chevy Chase movie everybody's referencing around this time of year. Big time. Big time. In fact, we might be watching a clip from that movie later. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Now, since it's, because it's the holidays, let's try and have some fun, right? Let's, while we're talking about this Luigi situation, let's see if we can have a chuckle about it.
But first, the man accused of shooting the United Healthcare CEO, Luigi Mangione.
They hit Luigi with the terrorism charge. Yeah. It's like, what, dude, that's our thing. That's our
Illegal.
thing. You just giving it to Italians now? Come on. Come on. Italians, you're part of the gang now. You're part of the... Yeah, you're part of the compound, okay? Yeah, they're just like, whatever. They look the same, They both use olive oil, that's what they... That is true. They're both from the Mediterranean. It's Mediterranism, whatever, you know what I mean? Now, I guess Arab, Italian, we're interchangeable now. So Arabs were mafia too. Yeah. 9/11, forget about it. Okay. All right. I wouldn't call Luigi to terrorism, man. I mean, you could say he had a mission, and he definitely gave up the rest of his life to do that, and it was a violent mission, and he did it, and so you could say it was a Luigi jihad. And he was radicalized by back pain. Allegedly, by the way. Allegedly. Yes. I gotta say allegedly. We haven't matched the eyebrows yet. Yeah. You guys all saw there was like footage and then pictures of him. You're like, wait a second, those eyebrows. Can you believe there was even a conversation like, did his eyebrows go back in 3 days? You could only have that question about an Arab or Italian person. That's an exclusively Arab or Italian problem, wondering if the eyebrows possibly grew back between the time of the crime and the time of apprehension. It's for sure a unique olive oil problem. But yes, I noticed this issue has a generational divide, okay? So are there any Gen Z people in here? Gen Z? Okay, one Gen Z people here. What? Two? Oh, you guys are raising your hand. What do you think, you're going to be targeted here or some I'm looking around this room. A lot of y'all are young as so obviously there's some Gen Zers here. You're Gen Z. Gen Z loves the Luigi. They already got like Luigi tattoos, right? Right? Millennials
seems
were
like
a little more coy
confirmation.
with it, like, I see what he did there. Yeah. Gen X is like, I don't want to be involved in this. I'm just going to go to my room. And then boomers like, he's a murderer. This is an atrocity. Capitalism makes the world go round. You know what I mean? It's like a big generational divide. Sorry if that offends any boomers who are like, I like him. And listen, I get it. You have a guy who was shot. I'm not glorifying that. I'm just making jokes. And I've already made a bunch of jokes, and people have been getting on my case. One guy commented on my Luigi jokes, like, a wife lost a husband. And I was like, wait a second. I looked it up. Brian Thompson separated from his wife in 2018. Yeah, they weren't even together. They were going to get divorced eventually. So if anything, this kind of... In which case does she get a better settlement, right? Let's be honest. If anything, she should be suspect number one. Like, why are we not looking at that? They've been separated for 6 years, at least. That's crazy. And they were likely, obviously, seeing other people.
Oh,
so,
God.
yes, if anything, a side piece somewhere lost a sugar daddy. And I'm sorry, I feel for that, okay? I once dated a woman who owned her own salon. It was very nice. She would take me out to dinner all the time. And then
God damn it,
I lost
Sam.
her because she broke up with me. But
Oh,
that, I can't fully relate, but I get how that could suck, okay? Okay? But yeah, I just don't really buy that argument. Now, somebody hit me with a good one, and this is the one that you hear a lot, and it's a real point. You should take it to heart. And this guy was like, somewhere 2 little children are without a father. And I did look it up. They're 16 and 19. It's a little demeaning to call them little children. Let's be honest, okay? They are nearly grown adults.
Basically
okay?
adults,
And
yeah.
it's
I get
horrible
what you're
to
saying,
lose
yeah.
your father. This is a horrible thing. And furthermore, horrible to hear about why his father was killed and what he was involved in and all these things that might be haunting them for the rest of their lives. And that's a horrible thing. And I sympathize for those 2 teenagers, wherever they are. I really can't imagine what it is to deal with that kind of pain and grief and suffering. However, they're the only two people who would be the reason why I wouldn't make jokes. You know what I'm saying? And I do like to keep people in mind, but you're going to say because of two people, I'm not even allowed to cover this topic. You know, as a comedian, my job is to cover the most relevant, sometimes controversial social topics. And you're saying I can't cover this because of two people? That's f***ed up. And you know what that is? That's denial of coverage.
Wow. He full circled the shit out of that. I don't know if you were prepared for that one. I was not. Well played, sir. Well played. All right. All right. Let's see. Now, I don't know what Biden's thinking about back there in the White House right now. The Lincoln bedroom, perhaps, right now. Taking a Christmas Eve nap. But he has been pretty busy in one particular domain in which he has power. Perhaps, just saying, he could in fact use this same power to oh, what was the comedian's name? The comedian's name is Sammy Obeid. Sammyobeid. Now let's talk about Biden commuting the sentences of 37 death row inmates.
With less than a month to go in his term, President Biden has granted executive clemency to nearly all federal death row inmates, 37 out of 40. The move reduces their sentences to life without the possibility of parole. It also makes them immune to President-elect Donald Trump's promise to resume federal executions. CBS's Ed O'Keefe has more tonight, including the prisoners who did not get clemency.
He once wrote legislation expanding the federal death penalty.
I am not Mr. Soft on crime. I'm the guy that put these death penalties in this bill.
My God.
But 4 years ago,
is that a different
then
guy?
candidate Joe Biden campaigned to end it.
Oh my God, the amount of energy he has in this video feels completely foreign at this point.
Penalties in this bill.
But 4 years ago, then candidate Joe Biden campaigned to end it. And as president, he paused federal executions.
One of the reasons I'm against capital punishment is, you know, we have confirmed there's at least 195 cases since 1972 that the person who was convicted and about to be put to death was innocent.
Tonight, 3 men remain on death row. Robert Bowers, sentenced last year for killing 11 at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh. Dylan Roof, who killed 9 in the 2015 Charleston Church Massacre. And Dzhokhar Tsarnaev, the Boston Marathon bomber, who also killed a police officer. But 37 others will now serve life sentences with no chance of parole. 9 convicted of killing fellow prisoners. Others killed prison guards, conducted mass killings, or deadly drug-related crime.
Wow, this is quite a list. They even had the Boston Marathon bomber in there. I mean, you know, I'm just saying. I know that he's not convicted yet, but pardon, perhaps? I mean, Biden's already got his finger on the button. Might as well.
In one of the most significant moves against capital punishment, President Joe Biden has commuted
That's
the
a good point.
sentence
That's a good point.
of 37
That's
of
a
the
good point.
40 prisoners.
Good point. Good point to mention that, Bob. I kind of assumed people knew. But commutation of a sentence is different from pardon, of course. Commutation of a sentence, especially in the case of death penalty, just means that you no longer will be subject to being, killed for your crimes, and instead will remain in jail until you die, essentially. And, yeah, I'm just saying. Pretty sure, I mean, if we're commuting the sentence of the Boston Marathon bomber, we might as well give Luigi the pardon, just say.
Federal death row. They will stay in prison for life, but will not be subject to execution. Biden's move is believed to have been driven in part by the incoming Trump administration and an expected hardline policy shift on federal executions. Following all this closely is Robin Marr. She's the executive director of the nonpartisan Death Penalty Information Center. Robin Marr, so nice to have you here.
It's great to be here.
This is a pretty significant move. I mean, one of the most significant by a president with regards to federal death row inmates. What do these commutations mean for death penalty cases overall?
Well, you're right. This is an historic decision. This is the largest mass clemency grant of death-sentenced people by any U.S. president since Lincoln, and the first in the modern death penalty era. You know, there are 40 people on death row. 37 of them now will receive new sentences of life without the possibility of parole. And of course, there are about 2,100 people on state death rows throughout the country whose death sentences will not be affected by this decision. But, you know,
right, because Biden only has jurisdiction essentially on these sorts of commutations on a federal level. Oh, by the way, anti-corporatist, I just forgot to mention earlier because I was getting the stream ready, trying to get my sound going, but thank you for resubscribing on Twitch. Merry Christmas Eve to you, Space Fam. All right. Now, while we've been talking about Luigi Mangione, healthcare, and Christmas, I figure we'd talk about some other healthcare-related stuff around this Christmas time. And this story is, not gonna lie, this is rough. Not gonna lie. Brace yourself.
Are you ready for this, girl?
It's heartbreaking to watch and listen to.
And feel more?
21-month-old Goldie can't suck or swallow, so a machine needs to remove her fluids.
Turn it on, and she'll fight you now. Maybe.
Her parents do this up to 40 times an hour.
Oh my God.
Risk of aspirating so that
40 times an hour?
getting it in her lungs, causing infection, pneumonia.
Goldie takes seizure medication.
Oh my God. By the way, I know I haven't told you what the relevance of this story is, but you'll see. For fuck's sake.
She can't hold up her head or sit. She needs oxygen because she can forget to breathe while sleeping, and she needs a feeding tube.
And this is her feed pump. She gets 57 mils an hour over a 4-hour feed.
Goldie has a rare disease that is undiagnosed. She has up to 5 appointments a week at BC Children's Hospital, and someone has to sit next to her in the car. Despite all of her complex medical needs, the province has denied them a day nurse.
If we don't get an appeal and don't get nursing funding, it would be the most critical appointments is all we'd have to be able to do. And also a lot of her treatments we pay for because they're not funded or covered. And also if I had to lose my job because I couldn't work, our health insurance wouldn't be able for her to have a lot of treatments.
Jeff and Michelle both.
Yeah. So that tiny 21-month-old baby doesn't qualify for a day nurse, even though her parents have to literally evacuate fluids from her mouth by hand 40 times an hour. Jesus Christ. All right. Sorry, chat. That was a rough story. Now let's go here. Back to the United States. Back to US of A. Where is this? LA, Long Beach, LBC in California. Let's see what's going on with these babies.
Families at one Long Beach hospital received some special pint-sized gifts just before Christmas. Take a look at these cutie patooties. They're little newborns in the nursery at Millard Children's and Women's Hospital. The nurses celebrate the babies by placing them in Santa stockings, celebrating with family and welcoming the holiday babies into the world. And get this, we spoke to one parent who was actually delivered in one of those Santa stockings 40 years ago.
My son was born. He was born a day before my birthday at the same hospital I was born. And I was born on 12/23. He was born 12/22. I was delivered to my mother in a stocking, and so we asked for that same stocking for my son.
Oh, that's a great tradition. The hospital has been doing the newborn Santa stocking tradition for 62 years now.
Well, there you go. Little Christmas tradition. I'll bring up your spirits with some cute babies ringing in. All right. Santa didn't bring the kids. That's true. That's true. They technically were delivered by real human beings. It's probably a hard time, especially being around Christmas. But you know, the babies made it. Hopefully all the moms made it. There was no information on that, but you would assume with the you know, existence of modern medicine, everybody made it. And all that. I don't know. Just trying to stay positive. Alright, let's talk about a fun game. Well, a game I've actually never played. It looks fun, though. And it's got a very interesting backstory. Whoa. You one too far. Go back, please. The game had a stigma because it was a prison game. Many people frowned upon it, but that has gradually changed thanks to the diffusion and social impact of the game. And it's played by people from different social classes. We have delivered Poleana boards to penthouses in wealthy neighborhood, Lomas de Chapultepec to multimillionaires, and I wonder, how did they learn to play? When I get out of the prison cell, I have to make a tour around the board and get out. If I make the wrong move, I will be sent back to the starting point. The game reflects the prisoner's way of life. They saw in the game a prison, a tunnel, a corridor, a safe house, and a way out. That's why they called it the Freedom Game. And well, now that I'm out of prison, it's like life is like Poleana, really. You roll the dice, and away you go. Try to find the way out. There are stumbles, bumps, people, bad things, everything. The trick is to always look for the way out with strategies. Well, there you go. Very interesting sort of underground game here in Mexico, which started in prisons, but now has made its way into the homes of multimillionaires. All right, now let's talk about a guy who's not in jail, and I don't think has ever been in jail, but has been supposedly doing some very illegal things.
The House Ethics Committee has released its final report into Matt Gaetz, the former Florida congressman and President-elect Trump's first pick for Attorney General. The committee says it found evidence that Gaetz paid a 17-year-old girl for sex and violated multiple Florida state laws. The panel also found evidence he used cocaine and ecstasy on multiple occasions while serving as a member of Congress. CNN's Caitlin Polance has been digging through this report now that it's public. Caitlin, what are you finding?
Phil, that section about Matt Gaetz and sex with the underage girl, that captures a lot of what the committee was looking into here. Just some of the facts that they were able to find, not only through documented evidence, but also interviews with more than half a dozen witnesses, including the victim, the girl or the woman who was 17 years old heading into her senior year of high school at the time. She told the committee with testimony that she had sex with Matt Gaetz, then a sitting member of Congress, twice during a party in July of 2017, including at least once in the presence of other party attendees. She recalled receiving $400 in cash from Matt Gaetz, which she understood to be payment for sex, and she had just completed her junior year of high school. The committee also looked at several other relationships that Gaetz had with women, not underage women, women who were adults at the time, but many of them told the committee that they did have an understanding that Gaetz was reimbursing them in some way for sex. So that led the committee to find that the congressman, while he was in Congress, was engaged in commercial sex, that would be prostitution, giving money to women, also statutory rape, that is the allegations related to the underage girl, and then also illicit drug use. The way the committee phrases it at the top of this
Tens of
report
thousands
is
of
that they
dollars.
determined there is substantial
God damn,
evidence
Matt.
that Representative Gaetz violated House rules and other standards of conduct prohibiting prostitution, statutory rape, illicit drug use, impermissible gifts, special favors or privileges, and obstruction of Congress. This report is
Yeah, that report is damning, is what it is. Not great there for old Matt Gaetz. Anybody who's been hanging out with Matt Gaetz. But people have been asking for the details of this House Ethics Committee investigation, and well, those details are coming out, and they are, I mean, I don't know if they're worse than they were, but they're certainly they're revelatory, and they're very much, seemingly confirming much of what had been alleged outside of that committee. But wow, tens of thousands of dollars, and underage women, all these other sorts of things. Just wow. And of course, Donald Trump thought that none of that was a problem for somebody who was going to be Attorney General. Now, of course, that's no longer going to happen, it would seem. One interesting thing I heard recently was that Matt Gaetz tweeted or truthed. I don't know if it was a tweet or a truth, honestly, but basically one and the same. He apparently said something about how even though he had stepped down from the House, he still retains the privilege to go back. Which, I mean, technically, legally speaking, is true. So we'll see what exactly happens with Mr. Gaetz here. But he's claiming he might just go back. He's like, technically I was elected, and there's nobody to fill that right now. So I could just go back if I want. Also, there's been talk of Donald Trump giving him a different nomination, one that doesn't require Senate confirmation. So we'll see exactly what happens in the illustrious life of Matt Gaetz. This fucking guy. Oh, good. Oh, good. Is this where we're at now? Actually, you know what? I just realized we should take a little detour here. Let's take just a tiny one. It's Christmas Eve. We gotta take a tiny detour. I was gonna do this, but I was like, we can't back to back 2 CNN videos. That's just wrong. Just unacceptable. It's un-Christmassy, is what it is. But that's, it's, in a way, that's okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we get to our guest, as you know, one of the things that I've dedicated my life to after leaving show business for this profession was to attempt to rid the world, I guess, but really I was focusing on the United States, because you must clean up your own backyard first, is what I always said. And I have been fighting the good fight in the war on Christmas. For a while, it looked like I had won. There was a town in Wisconsin years ago that had sung Silent Night and did not include Jesus in it.
Oh, God.
And so I thought, I've won. There was a retail outlet that printed more Happy Holidays signs than the year before.
Say it ain't so.
They had always said Happy Holidays, and I thought I had won. And then I came across this clip.
Oh, no.
With Judge Jeanine talking to Eric Trump and his baby and his wife, whose names escape me. And everything was shattered.
Eric and I were talking about what's going on with impeachment and the FISA and all that. But will you guys be able to just forget about all of it and really enjoy the fact that...
Oh, I debated you, Bob. You thought it was going to be a War on Christmas, one of the OG War on Christmas clips. This is one of the newer ones, but rest assured, we may be returning to the War on Christmas during the stream on a number of occasions. I know, see? Yeah, see? Turnaround there. Weren't ready for it.
You really are part of the first family. You are the first family. I mean, you've done wonderful things for this country. We now don't have the political correctness that
Pause
we
it
used
for 1
to.
second, and I'm going to go back a little bit, but I just want to say, it is nice that Judge Jeanine feels that she needs to, make these folks realize, to a certain extent, this is about you as well.
You know what I always wonder, at these times, because, it's Christmas time, right? And Judge Jeanine, well, we know Judge Jeanine. I've always wondered whether or not Fox News has, a limit, at the bar, where the bartender will be like, we're cutting you off. Hey, Jeanine, you gotta be able to do this segment here. So keep it at 4 large glasses of wine. 5 is too much.
Right? You are the first family, because this family, very well known for not really sort of taking in what their privilege is or what their status might be. They're so
It's hard to
reticent
self-reflect.
to assume any status or privilege. That it's nice to see that they're being encouraged to do so. But go ahead.
I mean, you've done wonderful things for this country. We now don't have the political correctness that we used to. I mean, people are actually saying Merry Christmas.
You can say Merry Christmas again.
Yes,
Isn't that
yes.
so nice, Jeanine?
I love it. I love Christmas trees. I love Santa over here. I mean, how do you feel that your father has done all of that, Eric?
It's incredible.
It's incredible. It's so good. It's incredible.
You no longer...
8 years. No, this is actually only 5 years ago. Sorry, I didn't give you context for when this clip was from. This was from 5 years ago during the Donald Trump presidency, at the sort of the back half of it. Oh God, it's hard. It's bittersweet to hear that laugh. I don't know if anybody else here gets sort of emotional, but I don't know. It gives me much joy to hear the laugh of Michael Brooks, and also some amount of sadness too. Bittersweet.
That's incredible. It is incredible. I mean, you no longer.
It's true.
I have to say Allah Akbar, and
Allah Akbar.
You can say Merry Christmas again, and you couldn't before, because let's face it, there was a black guy, and he was president, and he would prevent us all from saying Merry Christmas.
Allahu Akbar, say it, devil.
And made it impossible for us to do this. And yes, during that era, I had overjoy. I was joy was flowing. And then to hear that from Jeanine Pirro. However, within 24 hours, apparently, must have been some major turn, because we're informed by Fox and Friends and Dennis Prager, Dean Dennis Prager.
Oh no.
That
Dean Dennis Prager, because he's had a PragerU. I get it. That's a real low key joke right there. coming in under the radar. Dean Dennis.
Prager. Dean Dennis Prager. That the war on Christmas is
The illustrious
Here is
Prager University.
scholar and dean Dennis Prager.
27 minutes before the top of the hour, we've been telling you about this movie for quite a long time. Dennis Prager,
Whoa.
talk show host.
What is happening? What is happening to the green screen here? Who is in charge of outfits and green screen related stuff? This is a travesty right here. What is happening?
And founder of PragerU joins us now to talk about not only the success of your movie, No Safe Spaces, but also talk about the need to say Merry Christmas. You're a religious scholar. Why should something like that matter?
Religious
this country,
scholar.
And I'm saying this as a religious Jew. I want to make that clear. This
Gotta
country
make
is
that
founded
clear.
On Judeo-Christian principles. God is the source of our rights. That is in the Declaration of Independence. In God we trust is one of the mottos of this country. I know that secular intellectuals think that God is irrelevant to morality, God is irrelevant to meaning, God is irrelevant to human rights, God is irrelevant to freedom, but the founders and Americans until about the 1970s.
If I recall correctly, in terms of freedom, God was a little bit fuzzy on that one, or actually not even fuzzy. He was actually pretty clear on it. Lack of freedom wasn't a huge problem. He actually had rules about slavery, right? Like as long as you did certain things as a Christian, you were good. You could own the slaves, but you just had to treat them nice, you know? Had to pat them on the head, not hit them too hard, stuff like that. As long as they're being good. There's a bunch of asterisks sort of peppered in there on this whole freedom subject that Dennis is pontificating on.
God is irrelevant to freedom, but the founders and Americans until about the 1970s all thought that, nearly all, let's put it that way.
The music is amazing.
I'm deeply worried about the radical secularization of America and, most obvious perhaps, changing Christmas into holiday. Kids no longer have Christmas vacation.
The music makes it so much better. Because it tells you how serious it is. It reminds you that this is a very serious discussion about Christmas.
Not inclusive. I'm a Jew.
Oh, God.
It's not my religious holiday. It's my nation's holiday. It's a national holiday.
What is wrong with you, Dennis?
Christmas party. What is not inclusive about that?
You're excluded from my Christmas party.
Listen to this.
Us too. No Pragers allowed in the Galactic chat on Christmas. I'm so sorry.
And by the way, under the Trump administration, you'll be saying Merry Christmas again. We are going to say Merry Christmas again.
Remember two things. Number one, I said we're going to be saying Christmas again.
They don't use the word Christmas because it's not politically correct. You go to department stores and they'll say Happy New Year and they'll say other things. Well, guess what? We're saying Merry Christmas again.
Okay, now clearly
Finally.
there's a lot of disinformation.
Finally, we're allowed to say Christmas again. We've been held back all these years.
In the war on Christmas. One hand, Judge Janine says that we have lost, we've been vanquished. Then Prager says no. The forces allied against Christmas have won. And then President Trump says, we're going to win. And if Prager's correct, then promise unkept. But
there is an inconsistency here.
But if President Trump is correct, then Prager's lying to us.
Yeah, that is disturbing. At least one person in this situation, if not two, are lying to us. And that is very disturbing to me. One of them is a dean of a very prestigious university, the online university, and the other one's about to be in charge of the whole fucking country. How great is that? So exciting. All right, now let's talk to a guy who's no longer going to be at all in charge of the country, thankfully. What it will mean for the future, I really don't know. I can't say that it's necessarily gonna make everything better. Certainly not with the next 4 years in mind. Does make it tough. But I figured we'd go here. Now, I don't know why CNN felt that this interview was important. Well, I have some possible ideas floating around as to why they thought this was a good interview for them to do, and to spend over 10 minutes on to upload this 11-minute fucking interview with Joe Manchin on why he thinks this Congress will be the worst in the history of the United States. Oh, really? Okay, Joe. Tell us why it's going to be so bad. I wonder if there's any self-reflection necessary on this one.
This Congress is ending.
I need more than this to get me through the rest of this Congress. This is to be the worst performing Congress in the history of the United States of America.
Okay.
And it's all because the House cannot move. Vacate. Speaker every time.
He starts off strong. Wow, so strong there, Joe. Hilarious. He immediately starts off by being completely like outwardly critical, while completely ignoring the fact that he's talking about himself. He's literally talking about himself right now. The problem with Congress is me, okay? And thankfully I'm gonna be gone. Alright, Joe? Because, I mean, like, if you didn't hear what he just said, let's go back. Hear that again. He just said, the problem with Congress is actually one vote can throw the whole thing into disarray. Wow. Really? Really, Joe?
I need more than this to get me through the rest of this Congress. This is to be the worst performing Congress in the history of the United States of America. And it's all because the House cannot move. That one vote vacate, one person can threaten the speaker every time, and the only way you can remain speaker here is
Which was either him or Kristen Sinema, like hundreds of times over the last 4 years.
Like you in the Senate. I mean, is that?
Well, my colleagues would say that.
Yes, they would, including some in your former party.
Oh, man.
Including yourself.
Do you still consider yourself a Democrat?
No, he doesn't.
I am not a.
No, he doesn't. We all know he already came out adamantly saying he was no longer a Democrat. What a dumb question.
What the Democratic Party has turned itself into, the national brand, absolutely not. And they know that. They're all good people on both sides.
But what?
All good people on both sides. Centrist Joe Manchin to tell us, actually, Democrats and Republicans, they're all the same, actually. They're all great, but they're all causing the problem, except it's really me. And also, it's just such a dumb thing. And I really wish this wasn't so long, because I didn't write down the spot that I really want to watch in here. Because at some point he starts talking about what Democrats need to do, what they did wrong in the election, and it's all very fascinating.
Is the reason for, you said you're not a Democrat. What caused Joe Manchin to divorce himself from the
Here's
Democratic
what
Party?
I told them. I said, you ought to figure out how you lost somebody like me. I was born as a Democrat because of my grandfather's love of FDR.
All right, we got enough of that. We don't need him reminiscing about his family.
But what is is it a shift on social issues?
Yeah, the brand got so bad. The D brand has been so maligned from the standpoint of it's toxic.
This guy is the epitome of what's been wrong with the Democratic Party for way too long. And the fact that CNN feels it necessary to ask him what's up, what's wrong with the Democratic Party, like he is the arbiter of, or like the most apt individual to ask about this, is just shocking and wild.
You know, I've told him, I said, first of all, as an American and as someone in Senate, and I'm going to take the Constitution, oath of the Constitution, that I take very, very seriously.
So serious.
I'm going to help every human being pursue the.
He's going to.
Pursue happiness. I don't care who they are.
What he just said, he's going to make sure everybody can pursue the happies. What? I can't believe this guy managed to become a senator.
I don't care what color. I don't care any of the things. Who doesn't know. Do it, then that's you. I'm going to make sure you have that opportunity and right to live your life. Just don't make your life, if it might be on the extremes or in the minority, a few, make me believe that's the norm.
Okay.
or make me and my family believe, or my children believe, or this or that.
Oh, we're making you and your family believe things now?
Just don't try to mainstream it.
Don't. You can have opinions, just don't try to mainstream it. Oh, God. Separate but equal. Separate but equal. Senator Joe Manchin. This guy wants to take us back to Reconstruction. Oh, my God. What a tool.
Party, the Washington Democrats, have tried to mainstream the extreme.
How would you describe what the Democratic brand is right now? In a couple of words, what is the Democratic brand?
You know, it's basically infringement on me making decisions, and let me tell you why.
What?
They wanted to make sure that people had an opportunity for a good job, a good pay. They would make sure you got it.
No one has ever infringed on Joe Manchin's ability to make decisions aside from Joe Manchin.
Infringed over and you can't live your life that way, or you can't say this, you can't do this.
That's what the what you just he just objects to the law. He just objects to legislating. You know what? Which actually checks out. You know, he's done as little legislating as he possibly can over these many years that he's been in the Senate. Wow, fascinating, Joe.
It has changed tremendously. They have basically expanded upon thinking, well, we wanted to protect you there, but we're going to tell you how you should live your life from that far on. It's the mindset of the left, the progressive left, which was always a minority. In West Virginia,
always a
the
minority.
Party is perceived for more attention and more resources to people that are capable and able-bodied that won't work or don't work than those that do.
Okay, this is the incoming chair of the House Progressive Caucus.
Yeah, Joe Manchin is sick of all those poor people in his state getting money when they should be working at his coal factory.
Says, if the Democratic Party was a little more like Chairwoman Jayapal and a little less than Joe Manchin, I think we would have won this election.
They'd have lost.
What?
They got to be nuts.
I love this. He can't even come up with an answer here. He's like, wait. That's the exact opposite of what I would say. I would say they did not go enough to the center of the ether. I mean, this is really the part that I found most fascinating, to be honest. Because Joe Manchin here thinks the Democrats didn't go far enough to the right this election. That's what he's about to say.
Then Joe Manchin, I think we would have won this election.
They'd have lost.
We did lose when we went to the Joe Manchin Center.
They've got to be completely insane.
Oh, they got to be insane.
They went. The people in America voted. They had that opportunity.
He can't even come up with. Even he knows just how ill fitting this argument he's trying to make is for the current for the circumstances surrounding the election, right? Kamala Harris was out there stumping with Liz Cheney, and he, because of his ideology, constantly believes that we are going too far to the left, even when we are teaming up with Republicans on the campaign trail, right? But he knows how stupid that sounds. Even Joe Manchin's not dumb enough to know, to not know how stupid that sounds, right? To suggest that, you know what, actually, we should have just given Liz Cheney the nomination, right? Like, that's basically what he's trying to say without actually saying, because he knows it sounds insane.
You know, to vote with Kamala Harris and with Donald Trump. Donald Trump, there's not much hasn't been said. You know exactly what you're getting. He hasn't made any bones about it. But you might say that's too far right, okay? If that's the case, then why did they go too far right when Kamala was trying to come back to the middle a little bit, okay?
Oh, never mind. He tried. He's still trying. So he recognizes the fact Kamala Harris came to the middle like he desperately wanted, like he believes is the only way to do government, and that failed spectacularly. Kamala Harris got millions less votes this time than Joe Biden did in the last election. But Joe Manchin's not a man of science and math and reality. He's just a money guy with stupid thoughts in his brain. It's fascinating to hear the most centrist senator who is now leaving the Senate telling the now failed presidential candidate who also went super far to the center on so many issues that she just didn't go far enough to the center. She just didn't come out and say, actually, I'm running as a Republican. Like, what? That's the problem? Okay, Joe. Okay. There's no convincing you. There's no convincing you of reality. That people weren't presented an actual option different from Trump in a way that was compelling. Because we went to the center. That's why. That's why it's so hard for you to come up with an actual refutation of that statement. Because it sounds stupid. Because let's remember, let's not forget, there were some Republicans in the Republican primary who were technically to the left of Donald Trump who didn't win, right? So clearly centrism is not the way to go. Okay. All right, let's go here. You know, Amazon workers are very stressed this holiday season. They are already being worked to the bone by Jeffrey Bezos so that he can chortle his way to space. And you know, the only way to do that is to just not pay people health benefits so that you can have more money, right? You know, people under your employ, they're basically just pawns, right? They're not people. They're just like tools, objects, right? To wield with your power and capital, right? But guess what? Sometimes that actually has negative consequences on your consumers. Uh-oh. That's not good. That's not good.
Got like a bunch of, looks like undelivered Amazon bundles here.
This is what a Lakeville police officer found while on patrol Sunday in the middle of the night. He saw something odd on the side of the road, and when he went to check it out, he found 3 large totes of Amazon packages scattered in the woods.
So I'm like, what is that? Is that trash? I was like, that's not trash, that's Amazon.
Well, there we go. Look at that. Maybe when you work people to the bone and you force them to work overtime on holidays in the middle of a strike, you're going to have some problems. Oh, weird. How does that happen?
About 80 packages in all had been discarded.
It's frustrating, you know, but there's a lot more things in life to be more frustrated about.
Blake Brangan says he got a message on his phone his package had been lost.
I know, it's really crazy just to toss them out in the woods like that, but thankfully for that officer that found them.
Police say an Amazon driver has now come forward telling police she left the packages around 7 p.m. Saturday night because she was too stressed. The driver said she'd be notifying her manager.
You want to bring these back to the Amazon in Middleborough?
In a statement, Amazon tells us all customer orders were reprocessed and redelivered or are currently in the process of being redelivered. Customers can check their accounts to see updates around expected delivery times. Blake's package has now made it to his home in Assonet.
You know, it's stressful times during the holidays, but I really feel bad for whoever it was, you know, I mean, just to dump out all the packages like that.
Thanks for...
Seems like a really decent dude. I know nothing about that guy aside from that tiny clip. But, you know, he's like, you know what, it's fine. It's fine. I get it. We all have a horrifying boss, more than likely, treating us like shit. demanding we be more efficient for them and during the holiday season. He was just incredibly understanding. So, yeah, you know what? I get it. It's stressful. Amazon sucks. All right, let's go back to talking about the election and the guy who dropped out.
Yeah, over 60% of the American people think they're personally better off than they were before. But they think the economy is worse off overall. They think the country's worse off.
But the thing that I think is, because I'm wrestling with that same question, Mr. President, I know you are too. Why are people still feeling an unease about an economy that clearly has macroeconomic indicators improving?
It's just beginning to sink in, but I think that it's hard to tell someone about the hundreds of thousands of jobs that are created with the CHIPS and Science Act when they haven't seen it yet.
As debates rage about Joe Biden's economic legacy, I wanted to sit down with the president himself to understand it. What was the vision behind Joe Biden's agenda? What did it deliver for working class Americans? And where does the president himself feel like it didn't go far enough?
Mr. President, over the period of your life, I feel like there's been a change in CEO culture. I'm wondering about your observations of it, because I feel like, you know, when you were growing up, my impression is that if you were a major business leader, you cared more about your workers. But we've gotten to a place that it feels that this shareholder profit being the only be-all, end-all in the stock price is the way in which CEOs think about businesses. And I wonder if, you know, from your observation dealing with CEOs a lot, what do you have to say about CEO culture in America?
Well, that's how they get compensated. The stock price goes up, their salary goes up. I think the compensation culture is off. And I also think we're moving back, though. That's why fundamentally I wanted to change the dynamic.
Mr. President, you came into the Senate in 1972. People didn't follow stock trades, and you could have, if you wanted to get wealthy. You could have gone in early on Google and Boeing and Microsoft and NVIDIA and Amazon. You could have been an early investor. You didn't, correct me if I'm wrong, didn't own any stocks for that whole period of time. When nobody was looking, there was no stock act, nobody was checking you. Why?
Look, for 36 years, I was listed as the poorest man in the Senate. Not a joke. You know that listing they had? I mean, in Congress, not the Senate, House and Senate. I never thought I was poor. I had a salary that a senator made. But, you know, I don't know how you look your constituents in the eye and know because the job they gave you an inside track to...
Oh, shit, the video's down. I
think we should be changing the law.
Yes, so sorry.
That we have to, but we abide by it at the federal level. That nobody in the Congress should be able to...
Yeah, he's right about this one, undoubtedly. Nobody in Congress should be able to be profiting off of financial decisions in that way on the stock market and things like that. While they are at the fucking till of the government, while they are at the wheel of the country, they shouldn't be able to even consider those kinds of things. But that's where we're at, and we're about to have a guy in the office of the president who owns a multi-billion-dollar public company, right? Not only, like, does he own stock in that company, he is the majority shareholder in DJT Media, whatever it's called, multi-billion-dollar stock, right? That, you know, is on the stock market. I think it's on the NYSE, New York Stock Exchange, whatever it is. It might be on the NASDAQ, whatever it is. This guy, we got people who are coming into office, not just Donald Trump, but he's the first one that comes to mind. Of course, there's Elon Musk, who owns multiple public companies, billions of dollars worth of stock and other sorts of financial investments. And none of them are going to be divesting themselves of that shit. Believe me, that will not be happening. There used to be a time where we could maybe expect people to behave in that way, but it's not actually a law. None of them actually have to divest themselves. We saw it in Donald Trump's first presidency. People were expecting him to divest, and he didn't. Thiel as well. Now, I was just mentioning the top two, right? There's a bunch of people in there, for sure. I mean, Thiel technically isn't going to be in government either. He hasn't been given a job yet. He's just going to be the shadow government. But yeah, no, there's a bunch. I mean, the whole cabinet is filled with rich assholes. Okay, all right. And one thing I've been thinking about recently is that corporations began about 400 years ago, and for a brief period in time, around the New Deal era, in the late 30s, early 40s, we started really getting on top of trying to deal with some of the horrifying inequality that had been created in the wake of that, right? Dutch East India Company, first ever corporation. And kind of ever since then, corporations have basically just been taking over the world, right? And for a short period in that 424 years, we kind of tried to get on that and then stopped. And ever since we stopped, directly focusing on trying to stop corporations from ruining everything, they have, in fact, been trying to ruin everything. Right? I mean, that's basically it. They will attempt to enrich themselves and their stockholders with no regard for anyone but themselves, until there's a law saying that they can't do that, or there will be legal consequences. I'm afraid that the next 4 years could be rough as it goes with that, but before we get into 2025, we still have a few days until the new year. Let's talk about what happened this year in business.
In the high-flying world of business and finance, one thing we can all agree on is that far too many things happen. Each day the sun rises and we peel ourselves out of bed, just trying to remember all the things that happened the day before, only to be forced to drink from the fire hose of happening things all over again, fattened and stuffed with a barrage of headlines like a little foie gras mallard. So what the hell even happened this year?
Me and this guy have some similarities, and in that one estimation of things, we truly do, as fake YouTube news outlets. I do often feel when I turn my phone on to start researching for the evening's stream, I do feel as if I'm opening my mouth to drink from a fire hose. I subscribe to practically at least one news outlet per state and per country on the planet. Oh, God, my feed is insane.
The wall of a plane fell off. The Harvard president resigned. Disney's Steamboat Willie entered the public domain. We learned that Stephen Hawking visited Epstein's Island. Also there, Steamboat Willie. Elon Musk did cocaine and acid and ketamine and begged the Delaware courts for his $60 billion paycheck back. 23,000 big tech workers got laid off. The SEC approved Bitcoin ETFs. WWE founder Vince McMahon pooped on an employee's head. Angry French farmers stormed Paris again. We lost Amelia Earhart. Again, the New York Attorney General sought $370 million from Donald Trump. Apple released their $3,000 VR headset. The pickleball swindler stole $50 million. The girl from the Disney Channel original series Good Luck.
That's a real thing. I missed that story. The pickleball swindler
stole $50 million. The girl from the Disney Channel original series Good Luck Charlie launched a satellite into space. Pirates are back. Tucker Carlson and Vladimir Putin finally stopped messing around and went out to dinner. Everyone learned what NVIDIA was. Dune 2 made a fleshlight popcorn bowl. Wait, NVIDIA makes $2 trillion? Everyone got mad that Google's AI made George Washington black, but we were cool with Shrimp Jesus. Lyft made that $3 billion typo. Brooks and Brothers got everyone their money back. They said the Boeing whistleblower took his own life. And I don't doubt that. even for a second. Got 4 words
You sure?
for you. Combination, Applebee's, and IHOP. The Dartmouth men's basketball team unionized. The House passed a TikTok ban. Sam Bankman-Fried was sentenced to 25 years in prison. Women quit Goldman Sachs because they weren't getting promotions. 7 million AT&T passwords.
How are we only 2 minutes into this 8-minute video? It's been an insane fucking year, people. And these are just the business stories. We know about all the other stories because we've been covering them here. But holy shit, it's been a very busy year of business.
Follow the rich white man.
Were leaked on the dark web. The Supreme Court said politicians can block people on social media. Donald Trump took Truth Social public the same day that he launched a line of commemorative Bibles. Robinhood released a gold card for day traders. A container ship brought down a bridge in Baltimore. The chemical manufacturer that makes Scotch tape contaminated lots of public drinking water with forever chemicals. The sun went night-night in daytime. Bob Iger defeated Nelson Peltz in the first of a few high-profile old guy fights this year. Amazon's
so many of them, actually.
No cashier stores were actually run by just hundreds of people in India. Dude Perfect raised $100 million from investors in their next step on the road to forming an independent republic. Jonte Porter was banned from the NBA. Now he's free to bet on whatever he wants, including skee ball at Dave & Buster's. Harvey Weinstein's conviction.
I'm sorry. We gotta take a moment. What? Dude Perfect had a $100 million round of fundraising for their business? Wait, what? Investors believe? How much money are those motherfuckers making exactly? If they can raise $100 million on a round of investor fundraising for their company, that would imply that those investors believe that that company is worth billions and billions of dollars. What is happening?
Thrown out. The DOJ opened a criminal probe into McKinsey for their role in the opioid crisis. Non-compete agreements were banned. Red Lobster filed for bankruptcy. Equinox introduced a 40 grand a year membership that is supposed to help you live longer. They took Panera's deadly charged lemonade away from us, and you sat there and did nothing. Meme stocks came back. Google unveiled an AI model that designs medicine. Meanwhile, one of its other chatbots started telling people to eat rocks. The Dow hit 40,000, and everything we did to get there was worth it. Especially making a banker work over 100 hours a week until he died. Biden softened weed laws. Trump was found guilty of falsifying business records so he could pay hush money to an adult film star. Wait, NVIDIA has $3 trillion? Financed a Colombian paramilitary that killed 16
Oh my god, I love the fact that he goes back to that. He's like, wait, what? Who has $2 trillion? Yes, NVIDIA. That's right. Makes sense. Perfect sense. Don't ask questions, please. Thank you.
That killed 16 people. The FDA said that we can drool, but we can't do Molly. Elon Musk got accused of sexually harassing employees. Shohei Ohtani's interpreter pled guilty to not knowing ball. Il Papa reminded everybody who the original thought leader was. The second old guy fight of the year was actually pretty sad. Harley Davidson and Tractor Supply de-woked themselves, bowing to pressure from a gentleman named Robbie Starbuck, who used to direct Akon music videos and looks like this. Siri can text your family now. The Supreme Court ruled that if you get an entire country addicted to opioids, you can't just declare bankruptcy and call it a day. And then McKinsey was like, what about if you made PowerPoints on how to get an entire country
interesting.
addicted to opioids? Oklahoma City approved the largest skyscraper in America. I look forward to looking at it as I am flying from New York to Los Angeles, losers. Trump got shot in the face. Supreme was sold for $1.5 billion. Ken Griffin paid $45 million for a Stegosaurus skeleton. A senator took actual gold bars as bribes. Everything is not working because of something called CrowdStrike. Zing sales hit $500 million.
Look, it's very efficient a form of
Taco Bell got AI-powered drive-thrus. Biden dropped out. Bill Ackman's IPO imploded. They play the Olympics. Pitbull named a college football stadium after himself. A Wells Fargo employee died at her desk and no one noticed for 4 days. But the stock market
Is this dude a parody channel? I mean, he's not a parody channel. He's a content creator, right? He's certainly satirical. He's very satirically minded, and honestly, many of his videos I find hilarious. He focuses mostly on business stories for whatever reason. I think he might have worked in finance or tech at one point. But honestly, his videos are just fucking hilarious. He focuses on the news, but then does it in a way that I truly appreciate.
hitting record highs. Brian Nickel went from Chipotle to Starbucks, diarrhea style. Billionaires' yacht sank. Realtors don't get commissions anymore.
Remember
Martin
that. I
Shkreli
almost
was
forgot about
court-ordered
it.
to return.
There were so many. God, I cannot. But this year has been insane, and we've been doing this galactic news all year. Essentially, we covered many of these stories. I completely forgot about the billionaire yacht singing.
Style. Billionaires' yacht sank. Realtors don't get commissions anymore. Martin Shkreli was court-ordered to return his Wu-Tang. Call Her Daddy signed a honking deal. Brazil banned X. And this is Brazil now. Boeing striked astronauts in space. Then Boeing's machinists went on strike. Someone else tried to shoot Trump. Demure Daddy Powell aggressively cut interest rates. Nike CEO fired. Selena Gomez billionaire. AirPods hearing aids. Founder mode activated. Dang 3 Mile Island back. Diddy Sam Bankman-Fried's cellmate. Zuck wore cool clothes and everybody forgot about everything he has.
I like how as he's going, he's just breaking down the grammar to just sentence fragments. Single words. What's the name of the channel? The name of his channel is called Good Work. 2 words, very simple.
Unto society. The company we mail all of our DNA to is collapsing. And quick question, what is going to happen with
That's a great question. That's a great question. This is a great question. Everybody should be asking themselves this, because even if you haven't sent your DNA to 23andMe, the likelihood that one of your family members has sent it to them, their DNA, is pretty high, I think.
About everything he has wrought unto society. The company we mail all of our DNA to is collapsing. And quick question, what is going to happen with all that DNA? New York City's police officer mayor realized that the crime was inside him this entire time. Roblox is apparently a pedophile hellscape for children. At least 21,000 migrant workers have died building fancy buildings for the Saudi Arabian royal family.
That is horrifying.
Mickey D's got E. coli. And wouldn't you know, the clothing company that made male models stand shirtless outside of their stores was being run by sex criminals.
Illegal.
Air taxis, gold futures, election betting, infinite money. Never mind, it was just normal check fraud. The LA Times and Washington Post owners said no endorsee for you. Russia fined YouTube $2.5 trillion because YouTube doesn't let the Kremlin post Russian propaganda. Only Tucker Carlson is allowed to post Russian propaganda. The big man took the dub. Spirit Airlines took the L. The Libs took to Blue Sky. Jaguar took a risk. Jake Paul took out yet another old man. And Australia took their kids off of social media. Blackstone paid $8 billion for Jersey Mike's. Robbie Starbuck claimed another victim. BlackRock couldn't swallow the world of private credit. The CEO of United Healthcare was tragically gunned down in the middle of... Oh no.
Oh my god. Oh my god, he went to the spot. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Down in the middle of... Oh no. Bitcoin hit $100,000. Huck Tua launched a meme coin that looked a lot like a pump and dump scheme, and lots of people lost a lot of money.
It's true. It's true. But as it turns out, all cryptos are technically rug pulls.
Secretary of Education is Linda McMahon. That's Mrs. Poop on your head. YouTube TV.
That is Mrs. Poop on your head.
George Soros purchased liberal mainstream media outlet Hot Ones. The Syrian royal family and the Eras Tour both concluded in the same month. McKinsey pinned the opioid PowerPoints on one guy. Lena Khan concluded a big year by blocking combination Albertsons and Kroger's. And one fearless reporter was brave enough to tell it to you straight. Indeed, quite a bit.
It's true. It's true. He has been on the streets, pounding the pavement for our enjoyment. Thank you very much. All right. I always forget his name. I just remember his channel's name, because it's very easy to remember. But holy fuck. But holy fuck. What a year 2024 was. Truly incredible. All right, now let's go back in time to 7 years ago and talk once again about the war on Christmas.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to come down too hard on you, but for months, I have been warning you, telling you to prepare yourselves. I've seen this before.
I don't want reality.
When Republicans control all the levers of power, they are left with only one fight to fight. And I have begged you and beseeched you.
It's true.
Prepare. Winter is coming. Winter.
It's true. It's true. Sam has been warning us for literally over a decade now.
Winter is coming.
Specifically, Christmas season is coming. That's what I've said to you. And I hope you have been ready, because it's on.
And something I said so much during the last 2 years, but I'll say it again as we approach the end of the year. You know, we're getting near that beautiful Christmas season that people don't talk about anymore. They don't use the word Christmas because it's not politically correct. You go to department stores and they'll say Happy New Year, and they'll say other things, and it'll be red.
Happy Memorial Day.
They don't say, well, guess what?
Happy birthday.
We're saying Merry Christmas again.
They're all standing up and applauding. All those old white guys, every single one of those old white guys,
and some of their old white wives.
And as a Christmas gift to all of our hardworking families, we hope Congress will pass massive tax cuts for the American people.
There you go. Donald Trump.
What year was this? This is like,
Speaking at the
this is vintage. This is very vintage. As you can see, we've gone back even further in time than the last clip. Sam even has less gray hairs than he did in that one. This is from 2017, I think. This is back. We're going way back here right now. Thankfully, we have Bacula to keep us on the right timeline.
Summit in Washington, D.C. declares on August 13th, 2017, that the war on Christmas is on. And as such, now that that has been declared, I now officially, thank you, declare that the war on Christmas is on. So you will be getting your marching orders soon.
Thank God.
But we will start with this. If anyone tries to wish you Merry Christmas in the coming days, the middle of October, you just start with, and a happy Christmas to you. It's a slight shot off the bow.
That is a shot off the bow.
Not a Merry Christmas.
Throwing me off. Happy Christmas?
Just let them, like,
what's happening? What's happening there?
Is it Happy Christmas?
Can it be happy and merry at the same time?
And then as they're walking, like they'll bump into something.
It's a
That's just the
psyop.
way. It's a psyop.
It's exactly a
slowly.
psyop. Thank you, Matt.
Slowly. Hi, folks. Sam Seder here. We still need your help.
It's true. It's true. Okay. Okay. Now let's talk about. Let's go back to what's been going on Christmas-wise on Earth. In Chicago hospitals, one elf is attempting to bring joy to children.
Well, finally tonight, Christmas is go time for elves. They're busy building toys and keeping a watchful eye on children. And in Chicago, one of Santa's helpers is so much more than an elf on the shelf. Here's CBS's Noel Brennan.
Christmas is right
Look
around
at those
the corner.
shoes.
That way? But there's no place an elf would rather be than here.
Hi, Finn. I'm Holly the elf. Do you know where I'm from?
Holly's traveled from the coldest of places
Where Santa lives?
to bring warmth to Central DuPage Hospital in Winfield, Illinois. And to kids like 3-year-old Finley.
He's been here for 15 days or so, somewhere in there. I've lost count.
Days are a blur, but Mom, Jessica Edgar, will remember this moment.
Time, 1, 2, 3.
An elf, just doing her job. for holiday heroes.
We just kind of take their mind off what they're going through and bring some happiness.
You know, at the North Pole, we're like really busy this time of year. We're doing all kinds of stuff.
We bring in activity boxes and sensory bags and lots of programming supplies.
It's a whole bunch of squishies and stress balls and stuff that makes weird noises, of course, because we're elves. I mean, you should see us when we drink an entire gallon of syrup.
Holiday heroes brightens days.
Okay, she stole that from Elf, which is fine, I feel like, but that's immediately what I think of is Will Ferrell chugging syrup. All right. We're not done talking about the war on Christmas. We're going right back. This is from 5 years ago.
Folks, we're not even at Thanksgiving yet, but I want you all to be prepared. You need to gear up for this type of thing. I hope people are getting involved in training. As you know, the Majority Report, we generally, and we've been a little bit remiss in forming our paramilitary training camps, which prepare you for the war on Christmas. It has been dormant for years. And it appears that it may be back.
It's back.
Here's what's important about the war on Christmas.
God damn it. Why can't we stop it?
This is what's important about it for you to understand, aside from it being
There's
funny
no way to stop
and giving me an opportunity to have the best appearance I ever had on cable television. The issue of the war on Christmas is it gives you a perfect example of the MO of the right, where you take an isolated incident, sometimes you either fabricate it or you enhance it, or it just is because you can find, odd things.
It's true. As long as you can find one anecdote, you can make an entire news segment. In fact, you can make an entire narrative out of that one anecdote. As long as you're creative and disingenuous, not so concerned about ethics. Super easy, actually, barely an inconvenience. You've been training every weekend. Thank God we have soldiers like you, Bob, in this war on Christmas.
Here and there around the country, right? Like you can find a story of a student newspaper that apologizes for something in their journalism that is dumb. But the idea of you can find college students doing stuff that is dumb because, they're working their way through things is not a revelation, and it's not a movement, and it's not a shift in society, nor is, a place in Wisconsin that's not singing Silent Night or using the word Jesus in their song. Here's Scott Walker.
Jesus, I say
He's got
that.
nothing better to do. He's on Fox and Friends.
Toward the end of the year, starting about right now, people start saying happy holidays. And because there are a lot of holidays. You got Thanksgiving, you got Christmas, you got New Year's, you've got other holidays as well. But when your point about taking the name Christmas off that tree, why are they doing that in your estimation?
It's not only here, it's all across the country. It's being politically correct. Somehow people feel that there's this separation of church and state. That's not the case. The Constitution made it clear you can't establish a state religion. So if we said you could only practice things regarding Christian faith, that would totally be wrong, which is why we don't.
So it would be
we
wrong.
Don't
You're right.
distinguish that you can only do things that relate to Christians, certainly those who are Jewish, Muslim, Hindu, you name it, Buddhist. All those things are welcomed in not only Wisconsin but across the country. But
I love how Scott Walker is very, very upset about something that doesn't exist, of course, because there's no laws stopping anybody from celebrating Christmas in the United States. So this is like a false equivalency type of deal here. But where is Scott? I haven't heard from or seen Scott Walker since why? I feel like since back then. I feel like I've not thought about this man for years.
Doesn't mean you can't have any connection to those things. And it would be like having Thanksgiving and forgetting about giving thanks for what we have and our family and our friends and those around us. So interesting times out there. You combine that with what happened with last week with Eric Holder and the push in Virginia with his efforts to try and redistrict him in the power forever. A lot of crazy things happening in the world. We just need to be thankful going into the holiday season and still remember it's a Christmas tree.
All right. Well,
what are you talking about?
So what? Scott Walker really, like, he's a little bit rusty, I think, right? I mean, or he just really wanted to tie this back in.
Well, he had to give his Koch brother a shout out.
Right.
That's the redistricting thing there.
Thanksgiving.
His daddies.
What is it? It's not Thanksgiving. It's like taking the thanks out of Thanksgiving. So it's just giving.
Just giving.
So
happy giving.
We were talking about this. It's basically Holder versus Walker.
Happy Chris.
Those are the two partisans talking about. I mean, how would you feel if you're paying Scott Walker all this money and he goes and talks about like Thanksgiving? It's like not saying thanks for Thanksgiving.
Yeah, exactly. What the hell are you
like,
talking
what are you
about?
spending your time on?
Just one clip.
Seriously.
What you drum up?
Oh, God. All right. Gotta keep this moving. Wait, what are we doing on time? Okay, we're doing okay. We're doing okay. Let's talk about a different holiday tradition. Tradition. Oh. All right. Yes. This tradition comes from the land of television. But I feel it's a worthy tradition.
Happy Festivus. What's Festivus? When George was growing up, his father...
Nothing. It's nothing. It's a stupid holiday my father invented. It doesn't exist.
Happy Festivus, Georgie.
I got your message. I haven't celebrated Festivus in years. What is your interest?
Well, just tell me everything, huh?
Many Christmases ago, I went to buy a doll for my son. I reached for the last one they had, but so did another man. As I rained blows upon him, I realized there had to be another way.
What happened to the doll?
It was destroyed. But out of that, a new holiday was born. A Festivus for the rest of us.
That must have been some kind of doll.
And at the Festivus dinner, you gather your family around and tell them all the ways they have disappointed you over the past year.
And is there a tree?
No, instead there's a pole. Requires no decoration. I find tinsel distracting.
Very distracting.
Right? This new holiday of yours is scratching me right where I itch.
Let's do it then.
All right.
Festivus is back! I'll get the pole out of the crawl space.
Well, happy Festivus.
What is that? Is that the pole? George, Festivus is your heritage. It's part of who you...
It's true. It's part of George's heritage. Is there a red triangle in the Seinfeld logo? Okay. All right. I know many people here might have negative feelings about Jerry Seinfeld, but Festivus transcends Jerry. Okay. And in fact, Schmegley makes a good point. R.I.P. Jerry Stiller. A much better Jerry. He is missed. But yes, of course, at this time of year, I do encourage you all to air your grievances to me as to how I have disappointed you, my galactic family, at this time, this festive time. Now, one man in a big city called Chicago has been doing a very interesting tradition. Really a tradition that he's created over the years of a nearly unattainable food. Let's take a look. CBS Evening News from yesterday.
People will go to great lengths for their favorite pizza. Well, we found a pie slinger in Chicago who has one of the hottest slices in town. His thin crust pizza is so popular, he's raising plenty of dough for a good cause.
Oh.
Here's CBS's Charlie DeMar.
Wait. God damn it.
By day, it's just an ordinary alley, but one night a month, it's the drive-thru for Chicago's most exclusive pizzeria.
Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, man.
Thanks so much. Happy
Enjoy.
holidays.
The cheese, the crust, just absolute perfection.
I am so excited for this. I've been wanting to get this since like summer.
Hanny Pay lucked into one of this month's very limited edition Crust Fund pizzas, donating
That's a good pizza right
$160 in
there.
exchange for one of only 12 thin crust
I gotta say
pies.
this, and New Yorkers, we often criticize and make fun of Chicago for their pizza, but since it's the holiday spirit right now, I'm feeling giving. I gotta say, this Chicagoan is making some very good-looking pizza.
Got a DM and just decided, okay, well, 8 o'clock, I'm going to be looking for an alley somewhere.
Chicagoite?
And we'll have an adventure.
The alley
Whatever
is
it is.
behind John Crother's garage, and his creations usually sell out minutes after he opens online reservations.
Pizza, grab some beer.
The recipe is rooted in love and kindness.
I don't take any money for these pizzas, and what you do is you make a donation to the charity of the month that we designate, and you get a pizza, and I get to know that this place that means a lot to me is seeing more money this month.
His pizza passion started in 2020 as a weekly pandemic relief ritual for his family.
We talked about it, and I figured that if the only thing I could do was make pizza, then the only thing I could do was make pizza for the people out there making a difference.
Since then, his thin crust have raised over $80,000. A lot of dough.
Okay, this guy is an actual hero. During the pandemic, he started making pizzas to donate to people who were like first responders and like frontline workers. That's a true hero around Christmas time. Well done, sir, and your pizzas look pretty good. Not gonna lie, pretty good from someone from Chicago, a place where they think baths of sauce and cheese are somehow a pizza, which is ridiculous. Of course, we all know this. But that looked like a real pizza, so I'm gonna give him credit where it is due. All right. Wait, hold on. What's happening? What? Oh, sorry, chat. I have to reload something. What is happening? Okay. There we go. All right, what's next? Back to the war on Christmas. This time, we're going back all the way 12 years ago. Actually, this isn't all the way. I take it back. Not quite all the way. If I recall correctly, there's an even older clip I have ready for you on this one, but this is actually a discussion of one soldier in the war on Christmas, one canine fighter.
Was this from Fox.com? Todd Starnes? Yeah. I'm shocked. So, on Fox.com, posted in Christmas Under Attack is one of the tags. White House holiday card spotlights dog, not Christmas. The 2012 White House holiday card spotlights the Obama family's Portuguese water dog instead of Christmas. Inside of the card reportedly reads? Apparently this guy didn't get a card.
Look, come on. You can't expect everybody to be on the list.
This season, may your home be filled with family, friends, and the joy of holidays. Disgusting!
How dare they?
This card is signed by the entire First family, along with Bo's paw print.
What?
Vanity Fair deemed this year's Obama holiday card its best ever in a posting titled Bo Obama, the true meaning of Christmas. The 2012 card makes no mention of any specific holiday.
Oh, God.
Nor did it include a Bible verse noting the birth of Christ.
No Bible verses. What is this, a pagan tradition or something?
Plays a prominent role in Yuletide decorations around 1600 Pennsylvania. What is going on here?
The Daily Mail reports that Bo is featured in nearly every room of the White House. Apparently, for Kenyan socialists, Portuguese water dogs are the most important symbol of any religion everywhere. Or anywhere, I should say.
Had no idea.
The White House Christmas trees are decorated with ornaments made in the dog's likeness. Last year's card also featured Bo and made no mention of the word Christmas. The front of last year's card showed the dog lounging by a fireplace, surrounded by holiday greening.
Oh. God, how could they? The Obamas. Of course, Bo is in on it. That dog always seemed a little shifty.
Presents were placed on a table underneath a poinsettia instead of a Christmas tree.
What? Unacceptable.
We don't sing, "Oh, Portuguese water dog." No, we sing,
"Oh, Tannenbaum," so true. Which is a German.
I'm editorializing. President Obama's holiday cards have been the subject of controversy in the past. In 2009, greeting card made no reference to Christmas.
Well, I wonder what we will be able to expect from the future president's Christmas cards. We'll have to keep our eye out. Ay. Matthew 4:16, and doused with water dogs shall surely be cursed. And it was done.
Jesus, I say that.
Hush. Alright, now, if you haven't already, you may still have time to decorate for Christmas. I mean, granted, it's coming on real quick, but if you have a certain set of skills, well, you might just be able to get that done. Or hold on. We're not going to watch this whole clip. I'm going to try and avoid getting completely copyright struck. Wait, where does it happen? Yeah. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, StreamLord, I'm not an elf. I can't decorate that fast. Well, guess what? I hate to spoil the movie for you, but actually, Will Ferrell's not a real elf either. So, he can provide an example for you to follow if you were so interested in decorating in a light speed fashion. Not a huge Will Ferrell fan? It's okay. You don't have to be. I've always found Will Ferrell to be a hilarious individual. Can't help it. Can't help it. Just find him a funny guy. Alright, let's go here. Back to the war on Christmas.
All right, let's play this, folks. We're on red alert here at War on Christmas Central. This is obviously very scary for us this year because Bill O'Reilly has cracked the code, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, thank God we got Bill O'Reilly.
And the challenge is on.
Oh, wait. He's gone.
Here's Bill O'Reilly, just moments after Thanksgiving, I think it was, who has now laid the trap for all of you dirty secularists, non-fundamentalists, really. Let's listen to Bill O'Reilly.
Well, over the years, we've taken on the role of protecting the federal holiday of Christmas. As you know, there are some Americans who are offended.
Thank God that Bill O'Reilly has been protecting the federal holiday.
He's so focused.
Christmas. I love how much these guys love the federal government when it protects the holiday. And, of course, he is the sort of the Christmas avenger. He's the one when Christmas is in danger, you get up onto your roof and you project.
You shine, yeah, right. Fox News logo.
Of a loofah sponge. Bill O'Reilly shows up. Go.
By any reference to Jesus Christ. And that's what the USA celebrates on December 25th, the birth of the baby Jesus.
Oh, God, I feel like I'm melting. He said The J word twice.
Help! I'm being repressed!
President Grant signed the holiday into law after Congress passed legislation in 1870 acknowledging the country's Judeo-Christian tradition. And so, Americans officially got the day off from work. Now, everything was swell up until about 10 years ago when creeping secularism and pressure groups like the ACLU began attacking the Christmas holiday. They demanded the word Christmas be removed from advertising and public displays, and many people...
I don't think the ACLU was really out in the forefront of demanding that Christmas be removed.
No, Sam. Don't tell us.
Don't remember that, but whatever. I mean,
come on.
We know the ACLU is behind all of this stuff where, you know, Bradley's or Kmart says Happy Holidays. We know. I mean,
how dare they?
Also interesting to see Bill O'Reilly believes that all Americans should have off on federal holidays.
Oh, well, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's very strange. Very, very strange. But he takes Christmas very seriously, of course. So, you know. All right. Who's feeling hungry? All right. Let's keep it moving to this. A Christmas, current Christmas story from just yesterday. A shocking Christmas story, in fact. Happened down in Florida at a holiday light show, which turned disastrous.
Oh no! I don't think they're supposed to be falling.
Oh my god, look at those ducks getting the fuck out of there. That duck is like, look, I am getting the fuck out of here right now.
Oh no! I don't think they're supposed to be falling.
And unfortunately, I hate to say it, even though it is, it seems sort of funny, someone was actually injured. A small child was hit by one of those drones that, that fell. I believe that child is alive, but is literally undergoing surgery, or was undergoing surgery the last time I checked, like less than a day ago. When I found this story, it's an unfortunate situation. Now, my gut reaction was to blame AI, because a lot of AI programs tend to run these light shows, oftentimes, not always, sometimes people pre-program them by hand, but people are lazy and would prefer not to do that because it takes a lot of time. And as some in the industry have been utilizing AI to create these light shows, that was my first reaction. Was like, oh boy, somebody fucked up some programming. Okay, moving along. What else we got? Wait. Time-wise? Oh, we have to take a break. We gotta take a break. But I think I do have a Christmassy playlist somewhere here. Where is it? We're too smart for how stupid we are. Somehow I agree with that statement. Somehow. All right, break time. Where is my Christmas playlist? Because we gotta be listening to some Christmas music here on these breaks today. That just feels right. Let's see. Let's try this one. to your seats, Space Fams.
Santa, tell me if you're really there. Don't make me fall in love again. It won't be here next year. Santa, tell me.
All right. Here we go. Back at it, people. And since we were just listening to some Christmas music, I figured we'd start it off the second half with a little bit of Christmas music. A different kind, perhaps. Perhaps a little bit more fun. Not any less festive, though, I don't think. There we go. How did you forget this was the thing? Honestly, I had forgotten that it was a thing. It got recommended to me. I don't know why it got. Probably because I was going through a bunch of Christmassy stuff already, trying to create a like a playlist for Christmas Eve here. So, you know, I got to be honest. I didn't think of it either. Oh, God. It is stupid. It's a stupid sketch. You're right. And watching it again now, I honestly haven't seen it for years. Reminds me of how stupid it was. But this is slightly less stupid in a different way. Gotta say, this is one of those Christmas moments that I think all Americans have either intentionally watched or been forced to watch around this. There you go. It's the famous lighting of the Clark Griswold household. One that has been essentially just burned into everyone's memories. Alright, now I've been holding you off on this particular clip for what has been essentially the whole stream, okay? I literally did whatever I could to hold you off on this. I put in some actual effort on it, not gonna lie. Because we've watched a lot of Majority Report-based War on Christmas clips, but we have somehow not seen the quintessential, the most, the premier clip, the number one War on Christmas clip. It's been waiting all along in the background. Let's go back over 12, many years ago.
Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas! Happy holidays.
You almost got yourself
yes,
in trouble
ladies
there,
and
Sam.
Gentlemen, it is that time of year. It is the time of year when folks like myself wage a war on Christmas. And so, to celebrate my long-fought war on Christmas, I present to you my favorite clip from me doing television, at least specifically to deal with the war on Christmas. In fact, the only clip I've ever participated in on television that dealt with the war on Christmas. I can't imagine why I wasn't brought back onto television to talk about the war on Christmas. This is from 2005, CNN.
10 years ago? Try 19 years ago. Or not this clip of Sam, not the current thing we're looking at. Sam, this is Sam from over 12 years ago. Or I guess must have been exactly 12 years ago because this was around Christmas time, if I recall correctly. Point is, this is from literally the early aughts, 2005. We are going way back in time.
Me with the head of the Concerned Women for America at that time, a man named Bob Knight.
Yes, of course. Makes sense.
Enjoy.
Well, Merry Christmas or Happy Holidays? A Christmas tree or a holiday tree? Which should it be? Depends on whom you ask. We've seen controversy, most notably prompted by the White House. It sent out cards, this card, matter of fact, wishing a holiday season of hope and happiness.
What?
No mention of Christmas. Some thoughts now on the subject. Sam Teeter hosts the show Majority Report on Air America Radio. Bob Knight is the director of the Culture and Family Institute. It's affiliated with the Christian conservative organization Concerned Women for America. Gentlemen, great to have you with me.
Thanks for having us on.
All right, well, let's start with the holiday card. What do you
Mr.
think, Sam?
Concerned Woman, Bob Knight. Thankfully, we have him here.
Thanks for having us on.
All right, well, let's start with the holiday card. What do you think, Sam?
Well, listen, as far as the war on Christmas goes, I feel like we should be waging a war on Christmas. I mean, I believe that Christmas, it's almost proven that Christmas has nuclear weapons, can be an imminent threat to this country, that they have operative ties with terrorists, and I believe that we should sacrifice thousands of American lives in pursuit of this war on Christmas. What? And hundreds of billions of dollars of taxpayer money.
Well, Sam, is it a war on Christmas, a war on Christians, a war on over political correctness, or just a lot of people with way too much time on their hands?
Well, I would say...
I think it's actually been... I think they talk about it at one point, but I'm pretty sure that question that she asked was intended not for Sam, but for Bob. But because of Bob's microphone or whatever being broken, Sam got the question.
Political correctness, or just a lot of people with way too much time on their hands?
Well, I would say probably, if I was to be serious about it, too much time on their hands.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd like to get back to the operational ties between Santa Claus and Al-Qaeda.
Bold strategy. I don't think that exists, Bob.
Well, we have
Help
intelligence.
Me out here.
We have intelligence.
You have intel. And where exactly does your intel come from?
Well, we have tortured an elf.
Yep.
And that's it's actually how we got the same information from al-Libi. That's exactly the same way the Bush administration got this info about the operational ties between Al-Qaeda and Saddam.
Okay, Bob Knight. Sam is tying in now the lack of information regarding weapons of mass destruction and somehow moving that into Santa Claus. Help me out here. What's going on? I mean, is this a war on Christians, a war on Christmas? Is this too much political correctness? Jesus,
First, I want to compliment him on his dry humor, but this is actually a very serious subject because a lot of people are waking up to realize that the war on Christmas is really the culmination of a war on faith, and the idea that the public square has to be cleansed of any religious expression, particularly Christian religious expression. At one time, Happy Holidays was a welcome addition to Merry Christmas, so you wouldn't say the same thing over and over again. But a lot of people now see it as a substitute, and it's very gratuitous at times.
It was a welcome. You know what? Bob was fine with Happy Holidays as long as you said Merry Christmas first. Okay? Merry Christmas and a Happy Holidays. But just how am I to have a Happy Holiday without a Merry Christmas, says Bob. Can't do it. Can't do it.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed! But a lot of people now see it as a substitute, and it's very gratuitous at times. And it's actually insulting when you're talking about Christmas Day or a Christmas tree, and you can't bring yourself to use the word for fear of offending someone. In the name of diversity, we're a less free country when that happens.
It's interesting, Sam, because, I mean, this is a time where, if anything, we want to be even more sensitive to diversity, considering everything that's happening with regard to war on terror. We're learning so much more about different religions, different ethnicities, and trying to become more of one versus being segregated.
Yeah, well, Kara, I mean, listen, I would like Bob to tell me who is the person who has been offended by someone saying Merry Christmas to them. I've never met that person. I don't celebrate Christmas, but if someone says Merry Christmas to me, and I either think, well, it's a little bit odd. It's like me saying happy birthday to you on my birthday. But, no one cares. But I'll tell you this. As we wage the war on the war on the war on the war on Christmas on our radio show,
I think that was the right number of wars.
Fox News, those people who have started this entire war on Christmas meme.
I love this. This is one of my favorite Sam clips of all time. There's a lot of good ones out there, but this one truly brings the vintage Sam to the forefront. The fact that Sam was bringing props to mainstream media stuff. I mean, this was a completely different time. This is back when Glenn Beck was still on TV.
This on our radio show. News Corp, Fox News, those people who have started this entire war on Christmas meme, fake war, they're having a holiday party. President Bush saying happy holidays. Tokyo Rose, Laura Bush, saying happy holidays to her dogs in the video. I'm sure you've seen it. I mean, these are the things that we should be talking about when we are waging this war in Iraq. We should be equating it to the war on Christmas. What else would Bob Knight have an opportunity to do? How else would he get on television?
It's a great question.
If he wasn't pretending to be attacked.
Question.
You know, this would be funny, except it is serious to a lot of people who have seen their faith cleansed from the public
It's okay
square.
to admit that it is funny, Bob. It's okay.
Funny, except it is serious to a lot of people who have seen their faith cleansed from the public square systematically.
Bob, are you suggesting, Bob, that someone can't celebrate Christmas in America? I mean, tell me about the person who can escape these
get a word in
celebrations.
here?
Go ahead, Bob. Go ahead, Bob.
I'm talking about things like Ridgeway.
He's like a petulant child. Mommy, Sam won't let me talk. Go ahead, Bob. It's okay. I know Sam is being mean.
Who can escape these
Get a word in
celebrations?
here?
Go ahead, Bob. Go ahead, Bob.
I'm talking about things like in Ridgeway, Wisconsin, where the school children in the public school were told they couldn't sing Silent Night, so they substituted "Oh Cold Night." You know, I think when you take Jesus out of anything, it gets pretty cold, so it's apt. But it's outrageous. They had children actually singing a bastardized version of Silent Night.
Well, Bob,
you see
this may come
Christmas
as a
trees,
shock to you,
holiday
but
trees.
but I don't consider Jesus the Messiah. And so if you're going to ask me to praise Jesus, I'm going to be a little offended. Well, I don't think the singing of the song that you can find other songs to sing. So what about Silent Night? So what?
So because you're offended, none of those other kids can celebrate the great heritage of Christmas.
I'm not the one who said they couldn't do that. No, I'm not the one who
you're a
said
Grinch,
But
sir.
you're trying to force. Why are you trying to force conversions on people?
Let me ask you guys.
Yes, you are. Sir.
Some say on that fateful day, the Grinch's heart grew 3 times bigger than before.
Christmas Carol.
Absolutely.
Let me ask you guys about the pressure that's been put on stores, for example. American Family Association called for the boycott of Target stores the weekend after Thanksgiving, accusing the...
I love the fact, like, I rewatched this clip today, or actually I guess it was maybe, I don't know, it was like this morning. I think I was rewatching this clip, and I was like, oh my god, the war on Target has been going on for decades. It has literally spanned decades. The Republican war on Target has been going on for eons.
American Family Association called for the boycott of Target stores the weekend after Thanksgiving, accusing the chain of
greatest
banning
work
the
of
phrase
nonfiction
Merry
of the 20th
Christmas
century.
from its stores, a charge that Target denies. Pressure from conservative groups look like it has an impact here. Complaints from the Catholic League. Walmart agreed to create a Christmas page on its website rather than a holiday page. And then Macy's, which is, perhaps more closely associated with Christmas than any other retailer, sent activists a letter touting its use of Merry Christmas in ads and store windows after it was the target of a small-scale boycott last year. I mean, this is pretty amazing, all these boycotts of pressuring all these stores, these businesses, Bob.
Well, these businesses are taking millions and millions of dollars in from Christians in particular and others who celebrate Christmas, giving gifts in the name of the Christmas season, and yet they're so worried about offending people like my opponent here that they don't want to mention the word Christmas. People are sick and tired.
It's a holiday time. I'm not your opponent. But I do agree with Bob.
Yeah, you are.
I do agree with Bob that I think what should happen is companies should calculate how much money they're getting from people who are celebrating Christmas and provide exactly that much amount of Merry Christmas, because that is exactly how I would want any type of religious holiday to be celebrated.
Would we be having the same argument about Hanukkah? I'm curious.
What, would we have the same
Would we have the same
argument about
Hanukkah
Hanukkah?
is not the same as Christmas. It's not a major holiday.
Does she, she really just didn't understand Sam in this moment, like who he was. He was like, do I think that they should give all the Hanukkah money to charity too? Yeah. Sam thinks like Sam was like prepared to answer that question because he's like, yeah, no, this isn't about the religious thing. I just think that these businesses should maybe help people more.
Would we have the same argument about Hanukkah?
Hanukkah is not the same as Christmas. It's not a major holiday for one thing, and this is the Christmas season. That's why billions of dollars are really being spent. It's Christmas.
Well, it's
but
also
let me
the
put it in
winter
perspective
solstice
for a minute.
too.
I don't know, Bob.
Pagan
argue
traditions.
That Hanukkah is just as big as Christmas.
Well, no, I would have to agree with Bob.
I would have to agree with Bob on that. And none of them
Okay.
says Hanukkah's as big
No,
as
Hanukkah
Christmas.
is not a high holiday. Our high holidays are Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, which I'm sure Bob has been protesting why there aren't more Yom Kippur sales or Rosh Hashanah.
Leading up to this, I mean, the footage doesn't exist, but leading up to this, Bob Knight, that's all he was doing.
Our high holidays are Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, which I'm sure Bob has been protesting why there aren't more Yom Kippur sales or Rosh Hashanah sales. Well, I mean, why shouldn't they be?
It's wrong.
Well, if that was associated with that holiday, then maybe I would
that
join
was
you,
associated
but
with that
it never
holiday.
has been.
Bob,
so
have you ever...
If that was associated with that holiday. He's talking about consumerism. He's literally just talking about consumerism. If consumerism was associated with Rosh Hashanah or Yom Kippur, that'd be fine. Hilarious. Also, I don't remember Jesus saying, everybody go spend as much money as you can around my birthday. Anybody else? Anybody?
Protested Martin Luther King Day not being celebrated? I mean, do you resent when people don't say
I
Happy
do.
Martin Luther King Day a month
Very
out in
offended.
advance?
You know what?
Look, let's put this in perspective.
Let me, and Bob, I want you to be able to respond, but what's interesting,
Okay.
the CNN USA Today Gallup poll, the question was, is it okay for people to say Merry Christmas? 88% said yes, 11% said no.
Yeah, well, 96% of Americans celebrate Christmas.
I love how he decided to up the number even more. He's like, we can do better than 88. 96%, actually.
So why would we care about the
what's the war,
offending
Bob?
the 4% that get offended by it?
Yeah,
I don't know anybody who'd be offended
Well,
by someone wishing someone a Merry
Why
Christmas.
do we care? Why are we making all the changes, Bob? I mean, we do.
Yeah, Bob, where's the war?
Where's
Where
the
are the
war?
battle lines? I mean, you can tell
The
me that
battle line-
Silent Night
I'll
can't be
answer you if I
sung
get a minute.
in one school in Wisconsin.
That's just
And-
one
and-
example. That's not the totality. So don't
What
create
is the
that straw
totality?
man.
The totality is 80. You brought it up. The totality
As
is
an example.
88% of the American population has no problem with it. You don't care about the people who don't celebrate Christmas. Fine. But I don't celebrate Christmas, and I don't care. So why are we wasting everybody's time? It's so that you can fundraise. That's why, Bob.
And Bob Knight was never seen again. Merry Christmas. Oh, boy. Hold on one second. I gotta... something really quickly. Okay. I'm back. But the fact is like that, I know I said it like a joke, but I've never heard from or seen from Bob Knight ever again. Guy doesn't even have a Wikipedia page. Basically doesn't exist. Wait, what? What's going on back here? Airlock problems. Alright, fixed it. He became Mr. Concerned Woman of the Year 2 years in a row after this immunity. Hey, that's a prestigious title. That's a prestigious title. Alright, we got some environmental news to do. As we are in the second half of the show. Where shall we kick off here? Let's see. Environmentally speaking. Alright, let's do this. Let's go here. NBCLA. Get us going. The LA Metro is apparently offering free rides on Christmas Eve and
Jaeger08 Larson gifted 5 subscriptions
New Year's during this holiday
Valorant gifted 1 subscriptions to the community.
What's happening? Why are you doing this to me? Hey, who just gifted a sub? Whoa. Somebody just gifted a bunch of subs just now. Hold on. What's going on here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh my god. 1, 2, 3, 4. Why can't I hear it? I should have heard that. I got no sound from that. That's very strange. I should have heard that. Who? Jaeger 8 Larson just gifted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 subs. And Valorant just gifted a sub as well. Thank you very much. They gifted subs on Twitch. It was on Twitch, not on YouTube. Nope. Sorry, people. We still don't have memberships on YouTube, even though I'm monetized. Being repressed.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Well, the holiday gift for LA Metro is on the way. People will be able to use their Metro buses and trains for free starting tomorrow on Christmas Eve. The transit agency is offering free rides from 4 o'clock in the morning tomorrow until about 3 a.m. on Christmas Day. Free rides will also be offered on New Year's Eve into the New Year's Day as well.
Well, there you go. All right, let's go to Hawaii, where a Christmas volcano has decided to erupt. This is the Kilauea volcano on Hawaii's Big Island. Tis the season indeed. I really appreciate you gifting subs to our community. Hype train incoming. Oh boy. Why didn't I get a hype train alert? You know, something's wrong with my Twitch alerts. I gotta figure that out. We gotta do a test stream, another test stream for that. Yeah, on Twitch is where the multiple people were giving out subs.
Mina
Noah just cheered
cheered
300 bits. Hype train incoming. Hey, thank you for the bits, Moanoa. Much appreciated, everybody. Shocking amount. Oh my god, we're 94% of the way through a level 2 hype train. There's the hype train. I don't even hear the sound. Why don't I have a sound? Can anybody hear it? Am I the only one that can't hear the sound? Because I actually just saw it, but I can't hear it. Yeah, we're only 6% away from a second level hype train right now, which basically means any donation of any size will probably get us there. We're about to beat our last record, so Twitch is telling me to keep up that support. We can make waves over here. Schmeigly. Look at that beautiful super sticker. That sour, fruity love. One citrus fruit giving a present to another citrus fruit. I do love the super stickers. I wish I could like the super stickers. I don't know why why YouTube refuses to allow us to like those super stickers. I like it, but I can't physically like it. So how do you know that I like it? How do you know that we all like it? It's no way to know. There's no way to know. It's ridiculous. All right. Your credit cards are maxed out? Okay. Oh, and you can hear them? Oh, you do? Oh, great. It's just me that can't hear it. Well, that's good. Better, I mean, honestly, if I can't hear it, but you can, I can learn. I can live with that. I can definitely live with that. Okay. So yeah. Hawaii, volcanoes erupting. We got 3 minutes to complete that level 2 hype train. Plenty of time. All right, now let's go to a different thing that's been going on Hawaii. Oh wait, is this the right one? Actually, no. Let's skip that. Let's go here, California. Yeah, as a real crazy thing happened in California in Santa Cruz, the famous Santa Cruz pier was being bombarded for the last day by incredibly strong waves, causing catastrophe, honestly. There's no other way to put it. Is that a person standing over there? Oh my fucking god. Oh my god.
Yeah, Mom, back up this way. I don't know.
Yeah, Mom, back up this way. Smart. That's smart. But holy fuck. So, here we go. This entire pier collapsed into the fucking Pacific Ocean from extremely strong, high waves that the pier was not designed for. And of course, this pier has been here for a very long time. I don't know exactly how long, but I believe it's been decades, at least. But this is part of our shifting climate. But this is insane that there's still people on this fucking dock right here. This guy appears to be fishing or something still, which I find to be utterly insane. Hard to tell what he's doing. I mean, footage isn't great.
Oh my god.
Maybe he's not fishing. He's just just standing there.
God.
On a phone? On your phone?
Yeah, Mom,
Okay.
back up this way. I don't know if we should be standing out here.
Interesting.
Oh my god. My god.
So here we go. This building that was on the pier is now essentially floating up and down with the waves, along with, holy shit, an entire bobcat?
Floating away a minute ago.
I think this guy must have been operating the bobcat.
That's why the whole end of it's
Holy
closed.
fuck.
That's
You've
insane.
eaten at this very restaurant? That's a restaurant right there? Holy shit. I hope there weren't people in there.
Call him.
I think there were people in there, though. My understanding is at least one person died during this collapse. Oh, this dude's here to save the save the day with the freaking wave runner. Hype chest. Oh my god. What is a hype chest? Hold on. Hold on. I just earned a hype chest. I have no idea what this is. I have to open it up. What the heck is this? Reward hype yummy emote. I think that our community now has a new emote. I don't know if all of you have access to that now. I'm gonna give you that right there.
Mila saw it happen. She's like, the whole end of the wharf just fell in, Mom.
Where you at?
This is wild.
Developing now, massive waves have caused parts of the Santa Cruz Wharf to collapse into the ocean, hurling people into the water. First responders rescued at least 3 people, and the wharf is now closed indefinitely as waves continue to pound the coast. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us. I'm Karina Nova. These conditions are very dangerous, with the National Weather Service even calling it potentially life-threatening surf. Just moments ago, we heard from Santa Cruz police and other city officials. ABC 7 News reporter Zach Fuentes was there and joins us live with the latest. Zach?
Yeah, we're at the Santa Cruz Police Department's headquarters right now, where that press conference ended just about 15 minutes ago. If you followed any of our coverage or anything going on in this area, you know that Santa Cruz County can just not catch a break when it comes to these winter storms and high surf. But right now, let me tell you what we know so far as we look at some of the incredible video that has been pouring in on social media. At 12:45 is when a segment of the wharf fell into the ocean, officials say as a result of waves. That's 150 feet at the end of the wharf. Crews were out there, engineers determined.
Wait, people are getting banned on Twitch for making Luigi emotes? Oh, holy shit.
Free Luigi!
The structural integrity of the wharf at that time, because repairs on it had already been underway in the area where a restaurant was and some restrooms, and they were checking out the integrity of it to see if and when crews could go back out there to work. Now, it was around that time, 12:45, that segment of the wharf came down. Three of those workers fell into the water. 2 were helped by rescue crews, 1 self-rescued, and there were no serious injuries. Amazingly, everyone has been accounted for, but right now there is a lot of debris and a lot of pieces of the wharf that is in the water. There are pilings.
Okay, hold on. We're going to keep going. I got a few more stories of this. More news kept breaking on this throughout the day.
Well, we begin with Robert Honda. He's live in Santa Cruz, and it's really unbelievable all the damage to the wharf.
Yes, it really is. And we talked to some of the people who were at the end of the wharf at the time that it started to happen. As you can imagine, it was a pretty scary experience for them. We are at the wharf entrance, and as you can see, it is now closed to the public. But that collapse and the huge waves are drawing quite a crowd. They're watching from a distance what you're about to see up close. It is a surreal scene of disaster. This small building that was once at the end of the Santa Cruz wharf fell into the ocean and ended up floating into the mouth of the San Lorenzo River.
This is
Large
wild.
waves have been crashing into the pillars all day, and some young men from San Jose fishing at the end of the pier.
Not sure which one is more wild. The fact that somebody was actually at this restaurant, or the very collapse itself. Because like we have somebody in our chat who was actually at this restaurant before. What is the likelihood of all that exactly? By the way, I totally forgot to look it up. I'm about to look up when this wharf was actually constructed. This is a wild fucking story.
Saw it happening.
We saw one pillar go, it kind of went
It wasn't
down,
even a
then
huge storm. It was just the
third,
height of the waves.
It's kind of looking strange out here. I haven't seen this before. You know, there's a lot of pillars, but 3, that's a lot.
At about 12:45 p.m., it all gave way, sending 3 people, the pier, and the bathroom structure plunging into the ocean.
It was shaking and cracking a lot. It sounded a lot like thunder, actually. And it was kind of swaying around a little bit. And
damn, it's even longer than I thought.
We kind of looked at it, and then all of a sudden, it fell into the water. Like, it started leaning, and it kind of slid in. And there was people on it, too. It looked like they were okay. It looked like they got saved by the Coast Guards.
We all ran away. We all ran as fast as we can, like leaving our stuff, like running away, just being like, ah! Like scary as hell.
City officials and emergency crews confirmed that the 3 construction workers who fell into the ocean are okay. They also say the pier and at least 2 nearby beaches are closed for the cleanup.
We lost about 300 feet at the end of the wharf where we were doing repairs and replacement anyway. We had people in the water and effectuated surf rescues. Everyone is fine. No one is in the hospital.
So yeah, this wharf has apparently been there for 110 years. 1914, it looks like, is when it was built originally. Is this the aftershock from the tsunami? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. No. I think there has been a storm system off of the West Coast, like a winter storm system here. That's the most righteous reason to get banned on Twitch. That's fair. I'm not gonna argue with that.
Now, in Ventura County, waves crashed over the seawall. Some people were checking out the high surf earlier today. NBC4's Karma Dickerson is live in Manhattan Beach. Karma, what are you seeing out there?
Well, it's actually pretty hard to see at this point, Annabelle. We've got some fog, dark conditions, but you can absolutely hear those powerful waves pounding up against the beach. And in the distance, you can see that they are larger than normal. And we're dealing with things not just here in LA County beaches, but also in Ventura County, as you just mentioned. We want to show you some video from earlier today of Manhattan Beach. Now, we're dealing with a coastal flooding advisory and high rip current risk for LA and Ventura County beaches. On top of that, there's a high surf warning for Ventura County and a high surf advisory in LA County. Here's an idea of what things looked like in Ventura County earlier today. Meanwhile,
okay. Is that the last one? Oh, no, this is the one we got to go to this one. Because while they've been saying it this whole time that there's been no fatalities yet, unfortunately,
dangerous surf
that didn't stay the case.
Coast. Not only is it very destructive, it's now turned deadly. Terrifying moments earlier today at the popular Santa Cruz Wharf. Massive waves sent a portion of the pier and 3 construction workers plunging into the ocean. You could actually see part of the wharf's bathrooms just floating in the water. Incredibly, those people are okay, but another man swept away by the big waves did not survive. NBC Bay Area's Jocelyn Moran is live in Santa Cruz tonight with more details. Jocelyn.
Yeah, Audrey, I'm here near the wharf where you can see it remains closed tonight. Now, about 18 miles from here, state park rangers say a man was likely swept into the water by a massive wave and was trapped under debris. Unfortunately, he did die, and tonight officials are urging people to avoid all beaches.
Tonight in Santa Cruz, large waves are pummeling the coast near the wharf.
I was shocked. And especially coming this close, so close, and to see our boardwalk shut down, then I knew it was not a good situation.
Mara Fonseca, along with many others, came down after hearing about what...
I think these waves have been preceding this storm, because now you're seeing this storm really come in. This is wild. This water is going all the way up onto the sidewalk back here behind the beach.
Happened earlier in the day. Terrifying moments when massive waves sent a portion of the pier and 3 workers plunging into the ocean.
It was shaking and cracking a lot. It sounded a lot like thunder, actually. And it was kind of swaying around a little bit. And
well, sadly, somebody did not make it through that collapse. And I don't think it's that shocking. It's very dangerous to be around that kind of heavy debris in the water. I used to be a lifeguard, so I have a lot of familiarity with that. Hey, thank you for the super sticker, PB. It's a beautiful, beautiful lemon. Making me feel that galactic holiday spirit. So much generosity here tonight. Really appreciate all of you. All right, let's go here now. To talk about some wildlife stuff. First, we'll go to Seattle. Bit north of all of this. But researchers believe that a famous pod of orcas have a new calf. What a Christmas present. Oh, wrong one. Nope. Next one. God dang it. Hold on.
Researchers are hoping to confirm reports of a new calf within the southern resident orca J-pod. A whale expert who was riding a ferry last Friday along the Edmonds to Kingston route spotted the potential new addition. The Center for Whale Research says the calf was seen as with J35, a 25-year-old female orca.
Teeny.
But the center says it can take multiple encounters with the group to confidently determine who the mother is. This is a critical moment for the survival of the southern resident orca population. Researchers predict less than 24 will be left within a century.
Which is insane. It's Sour Hour. Hey, thank you for the super sticker, Moanob. Continuing that lemon love. That lemon's looking at me some sort of way right now. Alright, now let's go a little south of Seattle, Washington, all that, to Oregon, and discuss what's been going on in some of the streams here in the state.
The last of 4 aging hydroelectric dams was removed this year from the Klamath River, which stretches about 400 kilometers from southern Oregon to the California coast. It is the largest dam removal project ever undertaken, with a goal of restoring the river's health and bringing back the migrating fish that once thrived here.
Live, laugh, lemon.
The massive effort appears to be paying off. Just 2 months after the final dam was removed.
I'm stealing that one from you, Mo. That's a good one. I like that. Live, laugh, lemon.
Salmon were spotted, spawning in a tributary of the river that has been out of reach for over 100 years. But undoing a century-old human intervention comes with its own environmental risks.
Short-term pain, long-term gain.
Dave Kaufman is the Lower Klamath Project Program Manager for Resource Environmental Solutions. He has been preparing for this moment for more than 5 years.
Ultimately, the healing of the river and its long-term potential for improvement outweighed the short-term impacts.
Draining the...
Is it just me, or does this cowboy look like he's been getting into the gummies over here?
Outweighed the
I'm not mad at it, just saying.
Draining the reservoirs behind the dams released tons of accumulated sediment. The muddy water lacked oxygen, killing some fish. Once drained, nearly 900 hectares of thick muck remained, trapping some animals that were searching for water. Now dried, the reservoir floors are treacherous terrains that challenge revegetation efforts.
We're not planting in soil. We're planting in dead algae matter that had really formed this muck of a reservoir bottom that, since it has dried, has gotten as hard as concrete.
Over the past 5 years, teams of mostly Yurok tribal members have been gathering seeds from indigenous plants and trees. Establishing native plants prevents invasive species from taking over and severely limiting not only the plant species, but also the animal species that can live here. Beginning last spring, seeds were dropped by helicopter and by hand to take advantage.
There we go. Some amount of effort needs to be put in to restore the land and to make it, you know, more as it should be, naturally speaking. But once that's all done, it should in fact really improve water quality, the ability for fish to be able to get through. All this stuff is super important for us, and many of these dams are not actually necessary, going into disrepair. And, you know, there was a time where we were just sort of making these things like whenever we felt like it, without any consideration for the environmental impacts down the road. But like that man said, short-term pain, long-term gain, that needs to be the kind of thinking that we all try to embrace communally on some of these things, because we do need to think about the future of the planet. And essentially, regardless of some of the narcissistic implications of it, we have made ourselves the stewards of this planet, and we're not stewarding so good right now. So we, you know, should probably get on that ASAP. All right, now let's go here. How are we doing on time? Doing okay. All right, let's go to this story really quickly. This is not good. This is a bad one. And I'm sorry for that, but it's happening. And the fact that it has transmitted into this population is concerning. At least to me. I'm not a medical expert, so I can't say, you know, like definitively that it's concerning, but it's concerning to me. God. All right, let's go to this. Talk about the bird flu and what population of animals it's now affecting outside of birds.
At the end of a dirt road in Mason County, you may encounter the sounds of some large cats.
You could hear one of the servals calling in the background. That's TJ.
The Wild Felid Advocacy Center is a nonprofit wild cat sanctuary. Mark started it 20 years ago.
And then we have Tabby in the foreground there. She was a half Amur tiger and half Bengal. And she was my favorite tiger.
But Tabby is now gone.
We've lost 20 cats due to this virus or symptoms thereof of this bird flu virus.
Mark says just a month ago they had 37 cats.
And the next one, that one's also empty. Willie Bob passed away.
He says the first cat got sick around Thanksgiving and the state confirmed cases of the avian flu in some of their cats in early December.
Every day it's just kind of wake up and you think hopefully it's a bad dream, but it's not.
Now the center is closed and under quarantine. Only a select few people are allowed inside.
Gloves, masks, and then aprons in this one.
He says 12 cats have not had any symptoms and 4 are recovering. The center is now hoping for financial support due to the costs of medical care and having to throw away thousands of pounds of meat as a safeguard.
Ah, boy. It's not good. Not just in this one case, but just the fact that it is affecting felines now. We're seeing more and more mammal populations that are contracting avian flu outside of the agriculture industry. And like I said, it's concerning, to me at least. I mean, the fact that if it can do it to tigers and large cats, it can do it to small cats. Which puts all cats everywhere technically in danger from this to some degree, depending on how pervasive this avian flu outbreak becomes. But already 20 cats in this place have succumbed to the virus, and you can only hope that it doesn't transmit to start transmitting, like, you know, between mammals, because they still believe that they're getting it. Like, this is why they're throwing away the food. They still believe that it's coming from the source of the farms, that is from the food, and that it's not being transmitted between the cats, at least from what they can tell. Which is still a good sign that we're not hopefully doing inter-mammal transmission yet, but the more and more that this virus finds different hosts, the more potential there is for that to happen.
It's science.
All right. Now let's talk about some wintry developments in a place called Montana. Right, yeah, so they think it's the food. But anyway, all right. Okay.
First tonight on our live broadcast at 6 o'clock, Big Sky Resort is setting records with the new high-tech chairlift. NBC Montana's Brianna Carroll dives into what the new upgrade means for skiers.
Big Sky Resort is making history this season with the debut of the Madison 8 lift. This is the longest 8-person chairlift in the world, bringing skiers up the north side of the mountain in style with heated seats and the resort's signature blue bubble. The traditional Doppelmayr bell rang in a new era for skiers on Friday, signaling the opening of the Madison 8 lift. The new lift has an inclined length of 8,631 feet, making it the longest 8-place chairlift in the world. And it utilizes top-of-the-line technology like automated safety bars and a haul rope that reduces vibration and makes for a
What is that, 8,000? It's like a mile and a half this thing goes? That's insane.
quieter ride. With nearly double the uphill capacity of its predecessor, a 30% shorter ride time, and all the amenities to keep skiers warm on the way up, the Madison 8 replaces the resort's old 6-shooter, which had a reputation for being the coldest lift on the mountain.
Now, you know, if we don't do something about climate change, skiing is going to be more and more of a difficult thing for people to do and enjoy around this time of year. Just going to point that out.
Notorious for being maybe the coldest lift in North America. And I will tell you, yeah, I had some cold moments on there with my children, so couldn't be happier to have these warm blue bubbles and heated seats.
The new Madison 8 lift is a part of the resort's 2025 vision, which includes projects such as the Lone Peak Tram, which opened last season, and the Explorer Gondola that's slated to open next year.
Okay. This reminds you of the James Bond movie with the fight on the cable cars. Which one is that? I'm trying to think. Is that that's not a Piers Brosnan one. That's a Sean Connery one, isn't it? God, my Bond knowledge is not as good as I was thinking. Oh God. All right. Let's talk about a different technological situation. An opportunity, actually. An opportunity both to help our planet and people at the same time.
What?
First it was chips and salsa, then a bakery. Now Homeboy Industries is taking on electronics recycling.
This holiday season, they're gifting second chances, and as NBC.
Oh, it was a pre-Connery Bond. See, my pre-Connery Bond knowledge is even worse. I'll be honest. I'm just not old enough. You know I say I'm 10,000 years old, but really I haven't had a full 10,000 years in my life, and not enough time to watch every Bond movie. Although I think I've seen a lot of them. It's just hard to remember them all, honestly.
Four's Belinda Leon explains they are also making a difference for the planet.
The holidays are here, and this warehouse in Commerce is bustling like Santa's workshop. But instead of toys, this is the headquarters for Homeboy Industries' latest venture.
Wait, Connery wasn't the first. Wait, Connery was the first Bond? I thought he was the. I thought Roger Moore. Oh my God. I'm sorry, people. My James Bond knowledge is apparently just not that good. So I'll just forget all the words I just said about James Bond 007.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Electronics recycling. Bill Dellaman is the Director of Marketing and Business Development.
We're really about people, we're about the planet, and we're about the purpose.
This marks the 14th social enterprise launched by Homeboy Industries, the world's largest gang rehabilitation and re-entry program.
Giving people opportunities to have a second chance with their life equally applies to technology. 62 million tons globally enters into the world
That's a
on
lot.
an annualized basis. But only 23% of that is recycled.
That's not
we have
good.
Pounds and pounds, hundreds of pounds of plastic and circuitry that comes through here.
Frankie Valdez is the test and repair supervisor.
Anytime it's like a laptop, an older one, desktop, whatever it might be, iPhone, a tablet, the first thing we're going to do is see if it's going to be able to be reused.
Devices that can't be refurbished are stripped for parts and responsibly disposed of with certified vendors. For those that can,
everything has a process where everything's tracked, like individually tracked, so we know where it came from, who sorted it, who's testing it, and who's wiping it, and where it's going to next.
Tested, repaired, and certified for quality, these items are ready to be listed, and they come with warranty, ensuring customers have both peace of mind and a good deal.
We want to.
Yeah, like they said, unfortunately, so much of our electronic waste just does not get recycled, like at all. And a lot of it is, in fact, recyclable. And it's all made from stuff that's very finite, especially the silica. Oh, especially the silica. I know we don't think that there is some sort of limit to the amount of silica or sand out there, but the actual purity of it is hugely important. And the amount of super pure silica out there is very small. Let's be real, the amount of energy just in general put into making this stuff, for us to just throw all these computer chips into the garbage is fucking stupid. It is real dumb. And so many of them can be repurposed or reused with just a little bit of effort. As long as you have the knowledge. It's a real travesty, honestly. And I feel like at some point we're gonna be like, oh boy, how do we get all those chips that are sitting in the garbage back? How do we get all those PCB boards back? Oh god. And you know, one community that happens to house the majority of all of the super pure quartz on the planet happened to get hit by a hurricane recently, Hurricane Helene. And you know, people in North Carolina and some of these other states that got hit have been really struggling in the wake of that storm. See what I did there with that segue? Let's talk about that struggle.
This is our day-to-day life right now. We are living in what feels like a third world country.
When a hurricane hits, there's the disaster we hear about.
Tropical storm Helene brought catastrophic damage to North Carolina.
A storm surge that officials are calling unsurvivable.
Third deadliest hurricane to hit the United States in the last 50 years.
And then there's the disaster that happens after.
They're offering them $750 to people whose homes have been washed away.
Do you understand why Americans lack confidence in FEMA leadership?
What organization is this? Do you know whose tents these are? Are these FEMA?
In Western North Carolina, a crisis is quietly unfolding.
FEMA has moved out. FEMA is gone.
It is so much bigger than anybody can truly wrap their head around.
The systems that are designed to help people recover and rebuild are failing. And I wanted to know why. It turns out the problem is a lot bigger than I imagined. And if we don't change course, things could get much worse.
Every minute that we waste, we're risking people's lives. We're risking the future of entire communities.
Wow, this is a lot of stuff. Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
I'm John.
David.
David, good to meet you, man.
John Council works with Down Home, North Carolina. Long after most volunteers have packed up and left, they're helping people pick up the pieces.
This is our home. We didn't intend to turn it into a landfill. I got laid off in October, and not due to the storm, but that just made trying to procure help on our own, trying to get a dumpster, trying to get dump trucks on our own, just impossible. The little bit of money that we received from FEMA, that kind of basic $750 that most received, went towards putting walls back up.
Before I came here, I assumed this was the kind of thing FEMA was supposed to help with. But it turns out I was wrong.
The response from FEMA, in my own personal experience, was extremely disappointing.
Lauren lives in one of the hardest hit areas of the state. Many people here are still living in temporary shelters.
You will see that there's a lot of tents over here. Those are still showers. So we are 9 weeks out, and that's where everybody that are living in the tents are coming to take showers.
Fuck.
Have you had some good turnout with the weather getting colder?
Yeah, we still have pretty good turnouts with people coming in. Most of them to wash clothes or, take a shower. And this site's going to be closed Monday night.
Oh, Monday?
Yeah,
Wow.
we're going to move all this out because it's no longer needed. It's a government thing, but...
What organization is this? Do you know whose tents these are? Are these FEMA?
Yeah,
this is FEMA.
When Helene hit, FEMA worked with local governments to set up community care stations like these to give people access to food, water, internet, and other essential supplies. But now that a few months have passed, they're starting to close up shop.
He said he had a really good turnout, but the government is deciding to move the camp. But we have all of these people living in tents all around here.
It is insane that in the richest country in the world, we have people living in tents right now. In the winter, although sure North Carolina is a little warmer than many parts of the country, but still gets cold there. still snows sometimes. So not a great time for people to be living in tents. It's also the holidays. So I'm sure people are not enjoying themselves here.
That add up to you?
When your entire life has been destroyed, you've lost everything you've owned, you want somebody to come in and fix it. There is this expectation that that is what FEMA or someone in the government is going to do. Unfortunately, that is not the approach to emergency management that we take in this country.
Here's the thing. FEMA isn't really designed to offer long-term help.
That is a good point, Bob. Homelessness is illegal now in the United States.
Illegal?
So I guess all those people are technically committing a crime by living in tents right now. And could, in theory, be arrested for it.
Individuals. People impacted by a disaster can apply to FEMA to get temporary housing and a one-time payment of $750. But for other costs, people are expected to rely on something else.
Across the country, insurance is typically thought of as kind of being your best bet for getting a chunk of money to be able to move through the recovery process.
Insurance is supposed to help people pay to rebuild their lives after a disaster. But in North Carolina, we're beginning to see the dangers of that approach.
So right before Hurricane Helene, I was 39 weeks pregnant. We had just opened our second location of Scorch, 3 weeks prior? I think I was still texting and emailing when I was in the hospital in labor with trying to figure out all this stuff.
Insurance claims.
Yeah, insurance stuff. So it was just like never ending.
Ellen and Farrell own a fitness studio in Asheville's River Arts District.
This is one of the first videos we got. That's when kind of everyone started to find out that the whole building was underwater up to like 9-10.
So the fact is during this time, it wasn't clear what was going on. And, you know, it was a lot happening. It was the election. And unfortunately, it does seem like what has happened here is that people got those $750 checks, but FEMA has held off on essentially as many, what do you call it? Like not expropriations, but like, that's the wrong word for it. Like expenditures, due to the fact that the funding is, you know, not keeping up with the number of disasters happening in the United States, as they continue to get larger and larger and worse and more every year. That FEMA funding has not been keeping up with it. And we saw what happened this year. So many places got absolutely pummeled. Like just in the South alone, let alone all the wildfires that happened, and everything else. I mean, you start adding it all up. I mean, it's billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars in damage. And unfortunately, the system counts on insurance companies to pick up the slack, but many places don't have the necessary adequate insurance, or insurance companies are like with healthcare, refusing, auto-denying claims, making it hard for people to access money even if they do have insurance. But a lot of areas, like in western North Carolina or Tennessee, these other places that were on the sort of interior that we wouldn't normally expect to get hit by hurricanes, did. And most, if not all, people in these regions didn't have flood insurance unless they were living on a creek or like on a lake or something, and essentially just left a massive hole in the necessary funds to keep people out of tents during the winter. And to be able to deal with all of this in a way that doesn't leave anyone behind. And Project 2025 is going to dismantle FEMA. Yep. And I'm sure everybody here won't have any problems with that either. I'm sure that won't wind up coming back to haunt us. But you want to know what is haunting? This.
We now have proof that some squirrels might be carnivores. No, these are not murder squirrels, and they are not going to eat your pets. But these California ground squirrels might provide insights into the eating patterns of other squirrels throughout the country. Researchers were surprised by how quickly the squirrels were able to adapt to their environment, which shows that they're incredibly flexible mammals. While they might traditionally go for nuts or seeds, by consuming voles, they're able to get that special nutrition boost they need in a quicker amount of time. Voles are really just another type of small rodent. In Northern California, where the study took place in 2024, there was an uptick of the vole population. As a result, squirrels naturally tended to the population of voles, and they began...
As a result, squirrels decided it's time to go in on... Jesus fucking... I know we watched the story yesterday, but it's still... Or was it whatever, it was a couple of days ago, but this shit is insane to me. I've always thought of squirrels as being generally non-carnivorous species. But watching that squirrel like just go in on this freaking mouse here like a tiger.
And consuming them for the first time that we've ever seen. The researchers involved in this study have been collecting data
the squirrels
about
are eating our
for
pets.
12 years now to see
they're
how
eating the
they
cats,
adapt
they're eating
and
the
change
dogs
based on their environment around them. There were 74 recorded interactions between squirrels and voles, and 42% of those involved the squirrels actively hunting and consuming them.
The
Researchers
cats.
are now looking to confirm whether squirrels learn these behaviors
They're
from one
eating
another to
the
see if there
voles.
might be other carnivorous squirrels throughout the country.
All right, now let's go to a different wildlife story here. A holiday wildlife story. That gingerbread man stood no chance. Something about watching a polar bear carrying a box. It's just so cute. That lion looks pissed that he has to take it out of that present. Oh, God. All right, let's go to Ireland, where they are struggling to manage to keep their data centers open. All those Google data centers.
When you look at electricity use in Ireland, 21% of it is used by data centres, which is a massive amount. When you look at water use, each one uses between 500,000 litres and 5 million. It gets particularly bad if it's a very warm day or a set of warm days. So when you're looking and comparing the resources that they use, the amount of carbon they produce, to the amount of jobs they provide for the local community, I don't think it's worth having. In this local area, 40 of the 80 data centres in Ireland are located right here.
Yeah, that's a lot of data centers in just one picture right there. All of these data centers using millions and millions of gallons of water. And that's just the water, let alone the energy usage that we know all these are using up. What have you done now? It's not your fault. It's Google's fault. Mostly. Some are good squirrels. Good squirrels. There's some good squirrels on both sides. Okay. All right. Let's go to Bosnia, where they are seeing some wintry weather. Well, it's beginning to look a lot like Christmas in Bosnia. Very wintry wonderland over there. Alright. Do we have any last environmental stories? Excuse me. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. And actually, some of these over here could have been environmental stories, too. Fuck it. I made that decision. It's too late now. Alright, let's go to this. I've been putting off talking about this one. This came out 5 days ago from CBC News, discussing a different cold topic. That being the melting of the Arctic ice sheet. Which, you know, world powers are seeing as a, well, a vacuum of sorts.
The Arctic is undergoing a transformation. It's driven by global warming and intense global competition.
Global tensions find a new stage in the warming Arctic.
Tonight, the U.S. closely monitoring growing military cooperation between Russia and China.
The Arctic is no longer a low-tension region.
You've got the incoming U.S. president calling the Arctic a top priority and promising to drill for oil and gas. Canada is massively beefing up its military presence, investing $72 billion over the next couple of decades into Arctic defense. And Russia and China working together on what they call a polar Silk Road.
There are more people, more interested eyes looking to the Arctic.
So why exactly is all of this happening now? Let's go through it. The Arctic is opening up. These thick blocks of ice are melting, clearing the way for ships to travel through. According to the Canadian government, by 2050, the Arctic Ocean will become an increasingly viable shipping route between Europe and Asia during the summer.
By the middle of this century, there will be no polar ice cap at the height of summer.
That's a big deal, because right now, the fastest way to ship goods from Europe to Asia is through the Suez Canal in Egypt. But, as we've seen more and more, the Suez Canal is not always the most reliable route.
A giant container ship ran aground in the Suez Canal after losing power.
Civilian shipping in the Red Sea has become more collateral damage to the war in Gaza.
So what if, instead of going down south and passing through the Middle East, you could go north and use the Arctic Ocean as a shortcut across the globe? There are essentially two ways you could do this. One is using what's known as the Northwest Passage. This would take you through the Arctic on the North American side, weaving through Canada's northern archipelagos.
Right. So let's talk about this little map here that we're looking at, because there is one thing that, I mean, I'm sure governments are considering throughout all this, but that it comes to mind every time that I hear about this sort of discussion, because the fact is, as somebody who's trolling through news all the time, I'm seeing this topic coming up over and over and over again, especially from more northern countries like Canada, out of their news outlets, and I think it's clear why, but there is one aspect of all this that could throw a whole wrench into the situation, and that being the slowing, not the slowing of it, well, but the current slowing of the Atlantic Meridional Overturning Current, or the AMOC, and the very cold spot there right now that is leading some scientists to believe that that will stop. And my understanding of that is that at some point, while that will be, there will be, like, that'll mean that at some point it will be, you know, completely free of ice for some period of time. But there's also a high likelihood that it will actually cause the Arctic to freeze back over and in a very dramatic fashion, and going down much further south than freezing usually occurs, past Paris and London and New York and a number of other major cities, which is going to completely destroy this plan that they have right now, if it were to come to fruition. So I don't like the fact that they're betting on something that is, first off, a horrible thing for humanity, and thinking about how, you know, like how can we benefit from this, you know, like economically speaking or militarily or whatever. And it's like, guys, can we see the forest, please? We just, you know, what's the word? Zoom out a little bit. Yeah, it's grim. It's fucking pessimistic as shit. And I think not a very reasonable or logical way, but just sort of a reactionary kind of
The other route through
idiotic
the Arctic
way
is known as the Northern Sea Route. This one passes through the Russian side of the Arctic Ocean, along the Siberian coastline. Both of these routes offer a much shorter path between Europe and Asia than the Suez.
Yeah, it's loaded with natural resources. We want to troll the bottom of the ocean and destroy all of the coral and everything else down there so we can get some, I don't know, some cobalt or something off the bottom of the ocean. There's also supposedly a bunch of oil up there somewhere.
Up to 5,000 kilometers. That's a third of the trip, or up to a full week of travel. And the warmer the ocean gets, the easier those routes become to navigate. Countries realize this potential, and so there is a battle for control.
Okay, that's enough of this. It's the holidays. We're not going to focus on this too long. I just wanted to quickly go through that because I've been holding off for days on it. And otherwise it'll just sit burning a hole in my list, making me upset. Alright. Break now? Yeah. That seems fine. Well, I hope everybody has been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell icon too so you get all of that sweet, sweet galactic content at your fingertips. And you never miss a live stream. Once you've done both of those things, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, making my holidays a little bit brighter and ensuring the continuation of the galactic content which you so enjoy. All sorts of great ways to do that on YouTube, on Twitch, Cash App, and PayPal if you just want to hand me money for no benefits. But of course, you can get the most possible benefits for your Earth money, galactically speaking, by going on Patreon and becoming a galactic patron for just a few US dollars a month. You can get all the sweet, sweet space benefits available. Alright, chat, enjoy this short space break, and I will be right back.
He thinks of. So this Christmas, I'm not alone, boy. Santa, tell me if you're really there. Don't make me fall in love again. He won't be here next year. Santa, tell me if he really cares. 'Cause I can't give it all away. He won't be here next year. Santa, tell me if you're really there. Don't make me fall in love again. He won't be here next year. Santa, tell me if he really cares. 'Cause I can't give it all away.
Christmas is the last one that I spend away from you. 'Cause I wanna be right by your side on this cold December night, sipping on the red, red wine. And soon I'll be dancing through my Christmases with you. My darling, are you the same? Where you find yourself this year? The lights on all around, and the songs of festive cheer. I'm not saying I'm not happy to be with those that are here, but to kiss you under the mistletoe, what a way to end the year. But I can only sit and think of where you are in the world. This time is for the ones you hold close, so where is my girl? This Christmas is the last one that I spend away from you. 'Cause I wanna be right by your side on this cold December night, sipping on the red, red wine. And soon I'll be dancing through my Christmases with you. Rocking around the Christmas tree, the Christmas party hop, mistletoe hung where you can see every couple wants to stop. Rocking around the Christmas tree, let the Christmas spirit ring. Later we'll have some pumpkin pie, and we'll do some caroling.
Okay. I'm back.
You'll get a sentimental feeling when you're here. All the voices sing, let's be jolly, deck the halls with boughs of holly.
Alrighty, everybody get back to those seats. Time for the third half of the stream to start. Where to now? Ah, space, you say? Sounds good. Time for some space news. Here's BBC news from 17 hours ago. NASA spacecraft attempts closest ever approach to the sun.
So hot right now.
That's hot.
A NASA spacecraft is set to make history today, getting closer to the sun than any other human-made object. The Parker Solar Probe must survive the radiation and extreme temperatures it will encounter to solve some of the mysteries.
A solar probe, you say, huh?
Phrasing. Our star. Well, our science editor Rebecca Morell has more.
Our sun in all its fiery splendour. We've been studying it for centuries, but there's still so much we don't know about it. Now, the closest ever encounter is set to finally shed light on our star.
3, 2, 1, 0.
NASA's Parker Solar Probe blasted off in 2018, heading to the centre of our solar system. It's been orbiting our star, getting ever nearer, but this latest flyby is taking us to a new frontier, to touch the sun.
Even though we've had missions that have gone very close to the sun, that wasn't close enough to get into this sort of magic region where all of this physics and all of all of these processes that are happening, and the only way to be able to understand those processes is to fly through them and take the data right where all the action is happening.
Sounds insane.
This mission is breaking records. Parker Solar Probe hurtles past the sun at 430,000 miles an hour. No human-made object has ever gone so fast. It's the equivalent of flying from London to New York in less than 30 seconds. At its closest, it's 3.8 million miles, 6.2 million kilometres from our star's surface. That's closer than any other spacecraft. It will have to endure scorching temperatures of 1,400 degrees Celsius as it passes through the sun's outer atmosphere, known as its corona. And this could solve a long-standing mystery.
The corona is really, really hot and we have no idea why. So the surface of the sun is about 6,000 degrees or so, but the corona, this tenuous outer atmosphere that you can see during solar eclipses, that reaches millions of degrees, and that is further away from the sun. So how is that atmosphere getting hotter?
The mission is also studying the solar wind, the
Lot of space questions hoping to be answered by this NASA mission around the sun. Let's hope they bring us some good data that will help future humans. Alright. Now, I mean, technically, this could have been in the environmental half. We were already talking about shipping routes and all that stuff. But this is a multi-country situation. One which is just coming to light. This is fascinating. Should be incredibly interesting to see what exactly all transpires around all of this. If you haven't heard, and I know everybody's been pretty busy with their holiday stuff, so I wouldn't be shocked to hear that you haven't heard. But if you haven't, Donald Trump has threatened to take back the Panama Canal. I mean, it really hasn't been America's. Even in the past, like, I guess we were kind of in control of the construction of it at one point. Technically, the French were also doing it. Multiple people gave up, and we were the last ones in there. If I recall correctly, there was two other countries. It was France and I want to say the Dutch. But it could have been, I guess, maybe Spain? I can't remember. I should look this up right now. But I can't be arsed. Point is we were the last ones in there.
So hot right now.
Whoops, wrong one. And Donald Trump is claiming that history somehow, and the current treatment of the United States somehow justifies what we're about to hear. Here we go.
Our Navy and Commerce have been treated in a very unfair and injudicious way. The fees being charged by Panama are ridiculous, highly unfair, especially knowing the extraordinary generosity that has been
so generous
bestowed to Panama
It's not like we ever used the canal, okay? Completely philanthropic, we've never been self-interested in Panama before.
I say very foolishly by the United States.
Very foolishly.
This complete rip-off of our country will immediately stop. It's going to stop. The United States has a big and vested interest in the secure, efficient, and reliable operation of the Panama Canal.
In another country. Every square meter of the Panama Canal and its surroundings belongs to Panama and will continue to belong to Panama. The sovereignty and independence of our country are non-negotiable. Well, there's President of Panama, Jose Raul Mulino, saying, what? So yeah. I find it fascinating that Donald Trump thinks that he can just randomly take a part of Panama because American ships happen to travel through it and it's important to our economy. If we were to follow that sort of line of thinking in, I don't know, any other place, I mean, it's idiotic. But we do try that oftentimes. We're like, hey, we got self-interest here, actually, so we're going to take this. Sorry, buddy. But, no, the Panama president certainly doesn't seem to be interested in having any of that. Let's go here, Channel 4, talk a little bit more about that.
He's so proud to be an American that Donald Trump has added another grievance to what was already a long anti-American list, telling this
invested interest or vested interest? It's a valid question. It's not clear from that statement which one he meant, but what do words mean exactly?
Convention that Panama must return its canal if the access fees for American shipping are not reduced.
Because we're being ripped off at the Panama Canal like we're being ripped off everywhere else. If the principles, both moral and legal, of this magnanimous gesture of giving are not followed, then we will demand that the Panama Canal be returned to the United States.
What is he talking about? What magnanimous gesture of giving is he talking about?
Are not followed, then we will demand that the Panama Canal be returned to the United States of America in full, quickly, and without question.
So I guess Donald Trump is saying that Panama owes us a bunch of stuff, even though we definitely used the Panama Canal for the entire time with impunity. And basically, at least at the time we did control it, we were telling Panama what got to go through that canal and what didn't. But he's saying that the cost of building a canal back in 1900, when it probably cost 50 cents to build that canal, somehow justifies us taking it back now, which is very interesting. Very, very interesting. I wonder in what other circumstances Donald would be down with this sort of logic.
I'm not going to stand for it.
The United States built...
And here's my question. Can using the same logic, for a moment, kind of rattled it around in my brain. I was like, wait a second. I was sort of batting this idea back and forth on the wall of my skull, thinking, wait, so if we can take back something that we definitely gave to Panama, right? Does that mean that the Native Americans can take back the land that they gave to us? I mean, come on. It should be fascinating to see if this logic holds fast and true in any other places.
Canal, which opened in 1914. President Carter signed it away in the 1970s. The Panamanians can charge large tankers hundreds of thousands of dollars to cross from the Atlantic to the Pacific. And unsurprisingly, Panama's own populist president says its ownership is not up for debate.
Every square meter of the Panama Canal and its...
Hold on, we already heard the statement. Let's just go a little bit ahead.
Ambassador to Denmark that he still wants to buy Greenland. For
Okay, so he's going to take back the Panama Canal, and he's asking to buy Greenland. Hold on, we got to do this. This is happening. I am pleased to announce Ken Howery as my choice for United States Ambassador to the Kingdom of Denmark. Ken is a capital world-renowned entrepreneur, investor, and public servant who served our nation, capital nation, brilliantly during my first capital term as U.S. Ambassador to Sweden, where he led efforts to increase capital defense, capital security, and capital economic cooperation between our capital countries. As a capital co-founder of Capital PayPal and venture capitalist fund, Founders Fund, Ken turned American innovation, capital innovation, and capital tech leadership into capital global success stories. So many capitals, you know it's good. And that experience will be invaluable in representing us abroad for purposes of capital national security and capital freedom throughout the capital world. And the United States of America feels that the ownership and control of Greenland is that's the right use of capital of Greenland is an absolute necessity. Ken will do a wonderful job in representing the interests of the United States. Thank you, Ken, and congratulations. Wait, why is Trump in the office? That's not acceptable. So yeah, not just Panama, he also wants Greenland. It's fascinating. Not even in office yet, already trying to take territory. I'm sure this is not at all foreboding for the future. Okay, everything's fine. Everything is fine. Great job, Ken. Really good job. We're gonna get Greenland back. Sure, it was never ours, but what do words mean exactly? Alright, let's go to a different country, a bit further south of Panama, called Brazil, where two horrifying tragedies happened. I just realized I started this story off with a terrible tone. Not paying attention. Wrong tone. Two tragedies, very serious actually. Okay, start here. Now, what you're seeing here is the aftermath of a plane crash in Gramado, Brazil, which killed at least 10 people at the time the story was uploaded. It's horrifying, the aftermath of this. Doesn't appear to be at all intentional. There was just some sort of a malfunction, I believe. I mean, I think they're still trying to go over the black box, but for now, they don't believe this was like some sort of an act. It was just a plane crash that hit a populated area. Oh, good God. Alright, now let's go to a different tragedy that happened in Brazil literally one day after that, somehow. This was not an air-based tragedy, but a land and water-based tragedy. Full spectrum Brazil, 48 hours. As you can see here, a bridge collapsed right into this river. You can see all of the debris here along the shoreline here. As you can see, an entire section of this fucking bridge just gave way. People were driving over it. At least 2 people died. And they're still looking for at least a dozen more people that they believe to have fallen into the water. You can see some people here looking, it would appear, for survivors on jet skis and small boats. I guess they're not jet skis, they look like jet skis. Oh shit.
Sai perto, doido! Meu Deus do céu! Meu Deus do céu! Que ninguém tenha morrido.
I don't know what that last word is, but I know the first two are my God something. My God of something. I don't know what deseo means. Do not speak Portuguese. Good God. Now, I'm trying to keep things festive around here, but we do have some stories to get to, and I'm sorry for that. You know, there's going to be more news tomorrow, I'm pretty sure. You know, the news just doesn't stop. Like I mentioned earlier, as a news-based content creator, when I open up my YouTube feed, it's like trying to drink from a hose sometimes. And so I just got to make sure to at least get some of these stories in here while we're doing our fun festival of lights, our Christmas and holiday party in space right now. We gotta still talk about at least a couple of real things. So I'm sorry for that. Those last two tragedies were rough. All right, now let's go to Europe, all the way to Europe, to Italy. Look at a secret passage being unveiled to the public outside of the Vatican.
This extraordinary moment was conceived to connect the Vatican, and we see the cupola of St. Peter's behind us, and Castel Sant'Angelo. It consists of two different levels, the upper level, which is essentially a patrol walkway, and the lower one, which is covered with secret corridor. The visits that we are inaugurating today will include both elements. Visitors will alternate between the upper patrol walkway and the more evocative walk through the secret corridor. Visitors... Oh wait, I suppose I already read that one. So yeah, kind of cool, honestly. Although, who knows what sort of horrifying things have happened in that corridor over the centuries. Pier has been there for quite some time. Alright, now let's go north to discuss I guess, what do you call this? A Germanic? Bavarian tradition? Let's talk Krampus. Let's talk Krampus. If you've been bad, well, guess what? You'll be off of Santa's list and you'll be onto Krampus' list. Not good. For many people in America, this movie, which came out I think about 10 years ago, was their first introduction to this interesting Christmas tradition of Krampus. Now we got some more to talk about with Krampus. I'm not going to shortchange you on the Krampus, okay? Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
That's too much!
Every December, as twinkling lights and holiday markets transform towns across Austria, the Alpine streets prepare for a visitor far darker than jolly old Saint Nick. With horns curling up from a mangled, furry face and bloodshot eyes that glare from behind a grotesque wooden mask, the figure of Krampus prowls through snow-covered villages, terrifying onlookers young and old alike. Far from the joyful spirit of Santa Claus, Krampus embodies the eerie, ancient reminder that not all of the holiday season's figures bring warmth and cheer. This is Krampusnacht, an age-old tradition dating back hundreds of years in the central and eastern Alpine regions. And while Krampus, Europe's half-goat, half-demon monster who punishes naughty children, has always been well known to Austrians, Germans, and others in the Alps, he has recently gained a new following beyond Europe. This holiday terror has been introduced to the United States, and it's proving he can frighten, fascinate, and thrill Americans just as easily as his European audience. But what's behind this dark twist on the holiday season? Why has Krampus's legacy endured in some places and been stamped out in others, only to re-emerge with a vengeance? This is The Dark History of Krampus.
Now, the Krampus movie, if you've seen it, doesn't really stick to the
the bare details of Krampus, and does take some sort of Hollywood style liberties on the details of the tale of Krampus, the history of Krampus. Which I thought is why, at least one good reason for us to get into the weeds on Krampus just a little bit. Because we're not just talking, we're not just talking American Christmas traditions. We're talking all the traditions. We're trying our very best within these 2 days here.
To understand Krampus, you first have to put aside the idea of Christmas as a season of unbroken sweetness and joy. Krampus's story is about contrasts. As Jeremy Ziegers, a Krampusnacht festival organizer in Orlando, Florida, explains, the Krampus is the yin to St. Nick's yang. You have the saint, you have the devil. It taps into a subconscious macabre desire that is the opposite of the saccharine Christmas a lot of us grew up with. Krampus is more than a figure of fright. He is a symbol of consequence. According to the legend, each year on the night of December 5th, Krampus roams the streets searching for children who've misbehaved throughout the year. He's traditionally the partner of St. Nicholas, the benevolent figure who rewards well-behaved children with gifts on December 6th. As St. Nicholas slips candy and treats into the shoes of the good, Krampus is close behind with a far more sinister agenda. For those who haven't been so virtuous, Krampus carries birch sticks known as root to dole out punishment. And if you've been really naughty, he's ready to haul you off to his lair in a sack, where you'll meet an even worse fate. Stories differ, but some suggest torture or even being devoured by the horned creature.
Now, there's also, I think, one other where I believe Krampus also throws red dust into people's eyes as well. If I'm not mistaken, I don't know where that fits into it.
To picture Krampus is to imagine something out of a nightmare. His body thick with dark fur, his face mangled and feral. He sports an abnormally long red tongue that flicks out as he charges forward. The horns on his head further emphasize his demonic nature, reminiscent of other sinister figures from Alpine mythology like the Stragala and Perchten. But unlike his red and white suit, Krampus's terrifying appearance isn't softened by any holiday cheer. He's a beast out of Europe's folkloric past, where harsh winters and a life close to nature inspired tales meant to chill you to the bone.
Okay, now let's take a quick look at one of those Krampusnacht holiday festivals, as they basically there are like parades, I guess you'd call them, all around the area where this tradition is celebrated. Let's go to Austria here. This was from a few weeks ago on Krampusnacht. Tables flipped in chat. That's fine. We can flip tables on Christmas. I'm okay with that. There's the dust. For us, Krampus is a tradition. We want to celebrate this custom and pass it on to the youngsters. There are so many customs these days which are decaying and are being forgotten, but we want to celebrate it. Jesus Christ. There's something about seeing grown adults running away from another adult with a broom, basically, trying to spank them for being naughty. I don't know why, it's just incredibly funny to me. Okay, please hold. Please, hey. Yeah. Okay. Alright, what next? That's it for Krampus. Now let's go to Finland, where Oh god, I can't think of a good word right now. I'm failing myself.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Frozen Village is delighting people.
This is super unique. You are inside of a building which is made totally out of snow. So the temperature is the thing. It's always here from 0 to -5 Celsius.
That's cold.
Increase. So
Did you see that? Hold on, I wish I could do it.
it's a bit chill.
Look at
I
that.
would say.
Look at this giant snow orangutan. This is amazing. This is really well done. That's art. That's what that is.
So you won't take your clothes off, and because the cutlery is also cold.
So you have to think a lot of the about the consistency.
Am I the only one?
So it cannot.
It's like off-put by the idea of like eating food while in like full winter gear here. Gloves. I mean, holy cow.
So you have to think a lot of the.
It's throwing me off.
About the consistency of the food. So it cannot be like airy and fluffy. Or for example, French fries. It's 3 minutes and it's totally cold. So everything has to be like rich and creamy.
Yeah.
And,
or like lots of gazpachos. That makes sense.
really good soups and pastas.
It's just me? Oh, it's not just me. Charlie agrees. No, I think eating with gloves is insane. Even if you're cold, I mean, it just feels weird.
It's super nice. It's cold though, but it's...
See, this guy gets it.
I really like this experience.
See, this feels fine. See, this guy right here, god damn it.
It's super nice. It's cold though, but...
See, he's got the hat and the, you know, the jacket. At least they're not getting in the way of eating. But the gloves, that's definitely one step too far.
It's amazing, so I really like this experience.
It's cold, the table, the seat, but it's cool. It's very cool, the atmosphere, the decor.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, it looks fun. Also looks super cold. Alright. Let's go here. A couple of, got a few regular stories to do, chat. I'm sorry. I know, it's difficult. But just gonna try and keep track of what's been going on. Let's go to Belgrade. There are massive anti-government protests happening in the streets as of 2 days ago. Why do you keep doing this to me? Oh wow, that photo is insane. Holy shit. Or gooey, syrupy pancake. The only thing I can think of when I see the word gooey is ooey gooey quesadilla. Anybody know that one? God damn. So I believe that these protests here, they've been going on and getting bigger over the last couple weeks. There was a building collapse that happened, killing, I don't remember exactly how many people, but it was enough people to get basically the rest of the country pissed off. And the protests have just been getting bigger and bigger ever since then. It's seemingly kicked up a bunch of already existing issues in the country, essentially. That's what it feels like more than anything. Okay, now let's go here. Not very far from Serbia to Slovakia, where Vladimir Putin made a very unexpected visit. Oh, I'm sorry. Reverse that. Sorry, I fucked that up. Going to Russia, where the Slovakian Prime Minister went to in a very rare visit. My brain, give me some slack. It's not operating at peak functionality right now. Kids in the hall? No. Nope. Ooey gooey quesadilla. It's Kate McKinnon as a robot on SNL. Right? Wasn't it Kate McKinnon? No. It's not Kate McKinnon. No. Kate McKinnon's the one she's talking to. It's oh God, who was that now? Oh my God, my brain just broke. I don't even know who the person doing that voice is now. Oh no. Now we're gonna have to watch it. No, it's too late. We're just gonna have to watch it. Probably gonna get a copyright claim from SNL. They're very protective of their content. Don't want anybody to enjoy it together as a group, but, you know, we're going to try. Gooey quesadilla. I'm playing with fire? It's true. It's true. I'm okay with that.
Would you like a crunchy mini quesadilla? Do you want a tasty mini quesadilla? Do you want a crunchy yummy mini quesadilla? Would you like a tasty
Why is the sound so low? Oh, that's why. The volume's not on.
mini quesadilla? Would you like an ooey gooey yummy delicious quesadilla? Would you like a crunchy mini quesadilla? Do you want a tasty mini quesadilla? Do you want a crunchy yummy mini quesadilla? Would you like a tasty mini quesadilla? Would you like an ooey gooey?
When she gets to Gate, she can barely hold on. There you go. There you go. That's that reference. What is this? Oh shit. Oh God. Does this exist on YouTube for free? Oh, that's tempting. That is very tempting. Muppets Family Christmas from '87. That's a vintage take right there. Alright, we can't do that right now. Okay. Alright, ooey gooey quesadilla. Now you know that reference. Okay. Now, for the first time this entire stream, I've been pretty much trying not to talk really that much about the religious aspects of Christmas, because it's actually technically a pagan holiday that the Puritans actually wanted to get rid of. Back in the day in the United States, it was actually illegal in Massachusetts to celebrate Christmas because of the Puritans, who really thought it was bastardization of the Bible. But also because I feel like a lot of the other aspects of Christmas are more fun. However, at this point in time, we have no choice but to talk about Jesus. And for one reason and one reason only. Because his birthplace keeps getting bombed and or, generally fucked with in all the ways available.
Illegal. This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. We turn now to Palestine, where Christians are preparing for a second Christmas under ongoing Israeli attacks, as the number killed in Gaza has risen to 45,317, though the toll is likely so much higher. In the past 24 hours alone, dozens of Palestinians have been killed in Israeli strikes in Gaza. On Friday, the Palestinian theologian and pastor, Reverend Munther Isaac, delivered a Christmas sermon at the Evangelical Lutheran Christmas Church in Bethlehem, an occupied West Bank, the birthplace of Jesus, called "Christ is Still in the Rubble." He'll join us in a minute. First, this excerpt of his address.
Never again should mean never again to all peoples.
Well, I'm going to skip forward to the interview.
The Pope has just repeated his call for a ceasefire in Gaza. He also unveiled this year's nativity scene at the Vatican, portraying a baby Jesus in a crib lined with a Palestinian keffiyeh. The Israeli government has now denounced the Pope.
Shots fired. Pope Francis gone full woke. Well, not full woke, but holy shit, Pope. This is based. This is the most based thing the Pope has ever done. And I know that's not a very long list, but seriously.
We're calling for an international inquiry into Israel's assault on Gaza to see if it constitutes a genocide. The pastor, Munther Isaac, is joining us now from occupied Bethlehem. Your thoughts on what's happening, on the Pope being condemned by Israel, on what's happening in Bethlehem, the second year that Christmas activities have been canceled because of the more than 45,000 Palestinians killed in Gaza. Reverend Isaac, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Well, if Israel was true that they are engaging within the rules of wars, then why should they be concerned if anyone, not just the Pope, calls for investigation into whether war crimes are taking place or not? Israel is clearly committing a genocide. I mean, the evidence is very clear.
Illegal.
And of course, they should be concerned because if an investigation takes place, it's going to reveal truly what is taking place. And even here in Bethlehem, it's not easy. It's another Christmas with the isolation, with Bethlehem being completely isolated from Bethlehem, more blockades, more gates, checkpoints outside of Bethlehem. And my fear and our fear here in Bethlehem is that there is no one who's going to hold Israel accountable. And that's why statements like this from His Holiness the Pope make a difference, because Israel needs to know that we live within a community that respects the rule of law. Otherwise, chaos will prevail if everyone just does what they can. And if the rule of might is right rules, then is this the kind of future we want to leave for our children?
Reverend Isaac, we spoke to you in our studio in New York. You came here to New York. You went to Washington, D.C. As the Biden administration wraps up and President Trump is about to become president again, what are you demanding of the United States?
That it respects...
Chatters are making a good point right now. I just want to point out to anybody not in the flat YouTube chat. But this is the real war on Christmas. We've been talking about the war on Christmas, the sort of figurative fake war, the Fox News war on Christmas, the Fox News war on the war on Christmas, whatever it is. This is the real fucking war on Christmas, on the birthplace of Jesus, supposedly. I'm not going to get into any archaeological talks right now, but the purported words of the Bible.
International law. I mean, it cannot be the United States and Israel versus the rest of the world, as every United Nations vote reveals. Again, if the United States is honest about its call for freedom, ideals, human rights, then they should respect that and that they should abide by the international law. My message is that they are enabling Israel into politics that's leading the whole region into chaos and destruction. There can be other ways. There are other ways. And we're tired and sick of these wars, which are enabled by American tax money and American politics.
Alrighty. Let's keep it moving. That's a very tough subject. I know. But we're honestly not done with tough subjects, so do brace yourself. The back half, this leading into back half of this stream here is involving real news.
Christmas is going just to be faith and prayers.
So if you're just listening to this, this is in the West Bank, in Bethlehem, the place where supposedly Jesus Christ spent his first moments in.
This year, the Christmas is going just to be faith and prayers in the church, because as everybody knows, the situation in the occupied territories is very difficult, and we have a big suffering as Palestinian people as a result of the attacks of the Israelis against our people in Gaza. So as a result of that, we are just going to practice our faith in the churches, prayers for God to help the Palestinian people and to end the suffering of the Palestinian people. And
yep. Fortunately, man is not doing a good job. Where is God in this time of need for Palestinians, people in the supposed birthplace of Jesus? I don't know. But let's move on from that particular topic to the celebration of Christmas and of what else has been going on in Syria. This is Associated Press showing some of those celebrations. We are at the Christmas market in Damascus for the first time. We are celebrating without Assad. The ambiance is great. For the first time, we are feeling the national songs while we are free. We are so happy and hope Syria will always be good and free, and a happy Christmas for all. Look, Santa on the streets of Syria. Look at that. Okay.
Whatever happened in the world, and especially in Syria, we as a Christian believing in God, King of peace, and God came to the universe to spread the peace, love among the people, among everyone. So we don't fear anything. Before and after what happened in Syria, in the previous regime, and hopefully in the coming regime, which we hope it will be as bright as everyone wish. We are living our Christianity. Nothing changed and nothing will change.
Okay. So yeah, there's a pretty sizable portion. It's definitely not the majority of the country. The majority of the country is Muslim. But there is a pretty sizable minority of Eastern Orthodox Christians in Syria. And they are trying to celebrate Christmas while all this other stuff is going on. Oh boy, we are getting through these stories faster than I thought we would. Might have to pivot to some other stuff. I don't want to cut the not going to cut the holidays short, so I'm going to have to come up with some strategies here. All right. Yeah, let's go here now. Whoops, why did I just double click that? Don't do that. Undo. There we go. All right. Now, let's go here. Talk about this story if you didn't hear about it. Apparently, an incident occurred over the Red Sea. Which apparently was friendly fire between two U.S. Navy planes.
Here after this apparent case of friendly fire, according to U.S. Central Command, left one U.S. fighter jet downed, and so many questions early Saturday morning. What we know is this U.S. Navy FA-18 fighter jet was operating from the USS Harry S. Truman, and it was mistakenly fired upon by the USS Gettysburg. Now, when that jet was shot down, both pilots were able to eject safely, but one crew member sustained minor injuries. Of course, so many questions now. This incident is now under investigation by the U.S. military, and questions about how this could have happened, as CENTCOM emphasizes this was not the result of hostile fire. Of course, this incident took place over the Red Sea, where the U.S. has moved warships and fighter jets and other assets in recent months amid ongoing tensions in the Middle East. And in a sign of the act.
So this just cost the U.S. taxpayers at least $100 million, if not way more than that. Considering what I'm sure they're going to have to do to recover this plane and whatever else. Yeah. But apparently, American military, the Navy here, can't figure out whether or not planes are friendly or not. So this happened. Okay, cool. It takes America to stop America. So true. That deserves another one of these. Alright, final serious story of the night, it would seem. Although there's a couple more we're going to be looking at here after this. But in terms of seriousness, this is really it. This is the last one. And even this one has kind of a good vibe to it. Let's go to South Korea, where one-person protests are being held in front of South Korea's Israeli embassy, and have been for over a year. They decided to remind us of that here today in the snow. These Koreans have been solo protesting the genocide in Gaza for over a year through the snow and the heat. Aliyah is one of them. She's using a pseudonym.
I want everyone in Earth stand by the justice with Palestine people. Please don't stop to talking about the Palestine.
The solo protest began in front of the Israeli embassy on November 6th. People may think this is not a Korean problem, but we are actually all connected. If we leave this issue as is, it can become a precedent. I also did this protest back in January when it was very cold. So I'm wondering what the international community is doing that has allowed the situation to last for so long. South Korea, South Korea prohibits demonstrations of more than 2 people outside of an embassy. A one-person protest is a way to circumvent those restrictions. Jesus Christ.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
2 is too many, but you can do 1. Okay.
Too much, man!
Okay, if you say so. Especially considering Korea was also ruled under Japanese colonization, a lot of people empathize that our situation could have been similar to Palestine. After Korea gained independence from Japan in 1948, North and South Korea were divided by the US and the Soviet Union. That was the same year of the Nakba, when the State of Israel was created, and Palestinians were ethnically cleansed from their land. At the same time, many powerless countries, including Korea, weren't able to decide for themselves. Palestinians, too, were not able to choose according to their own will. Organizers say the solo protest will continue until Israel stops the genocide. I believe the international society must follow its own protocol. Even after an arrest warrant, there has been no change. Even recently, Israel's occupation forces have continued to commit genocide. And now Israel is attacking Damascus after Syria's civil war ended. The people hold power, and we have a voice. I believe authority cannot defeat people's voices. Very positive outlook from that woman. Sort of an uplifting story amidst all the horrifying facts of that situation. Felt like a decent story for this Christmas Eve stream. Now let's go here. Don't think that I was only going to give you one space news on Christmas Eve. You get multiple space newses on Christmas. Let's go here, see what's been going on the International Space Station.
Welcome to the International Space Station as we get ready for the Christmas holidays. It's a great time of year up here. We get to spend it with all of our family up on the International Space Station. There's 7 of us up here, and so we're going to get to enjoy company together. And one of the best things that I like about Christmas is the preparation and just getting ready, the anticipation, everybody getting together and preparing stuff and just getting ready for the holiday. And a couple little things we have here with us to just prepare, which will be sort of fun in a couple days.
I love that. I love that.
You know, in Christmas time, the holiday season, it's about spending time.
That is definitely the best way to pass a microphone.
Sort of fun in a couple days.
Come on. Come on. That's smooth as fuck.
You know, in Christmas time, the holiday season, it's about spending time with friends and family and loved ones. You know, this year, we're going to be in orbit away from them. So we want to send our heartfelt Merry Christmas, and we hope you have a wonderful holiday. Want to also mention that, you know, we're not the only ones that are going to spend time away from our
the floating candy cane is hilarious.
There's a huge team on the ground that's going to support us in mission controls around the globe over the holidays.
Okay, it's amazing. Come on. You ruined the fun. I was loving that.
We work hand in hand with the ground every day, and over the holidays, we keep this mission going. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
And Christmas is synonymous with food and feasting, and boy, do we have a feast packaged up here.
And of course, Christmas is Christ. Hallelujah, a Savior is born.
Okay, Butch, settle down, pal.
So from all of us to all of you, Merry Christmas.
He had to get that in there, huh? Okay, Butch. You're my least favorite astronaut on the ISS. Whatever. Either way, it's good to see what's going on the ISS here on this Christmas Eve. With ornaments and candy canes floating about the capsule. Now I have a exclusive satellite footage here, being a galactic space creator. We got satellite footage and tracking on the one and only Santa Claus. We know where he is, what he's doing, and whether or not you're getting presents. Stay tuned. We need some Christmas music while we do this. Look, did you expect anything else from me as a space creator? Was this not expected that we would be tracking Santa Claus from space by satellite? Because, you know, that is exactly what I feel like you should expect from us here. It's really right up our alley, the tracking of Santa Claus. Making sure everybody gets those presents. We're going to keep Santa honest this season. I've got a copy of the nice list.
You know Dasher and Dancer and Prancer and Vixen, Comet and Cupid and Donner and Blitzen. But do you recall the most famous reindeer of all? Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had a very shiny nose, and if you ever saw it, you would even say it glows. All of the other reindeer used to laugh and call him names. They never let poor Rudolph join in any reindeer games. Then one
I'll be right back, chat. Keep an eye on Santa for me.
Rudolph, with your nose so bright, won't you guide my sleigh tonight? Then how the reindeer loved him as they shouted out with glee, Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer.
I'll be home for Christmas. You can count on me. Please have snow and mistletoe and presents on the tree. Christmas Eve, you'll find me.
There we go. Alright, chat, I'm back. We're gonna keep tracking Santa till morning comes, but I'm gonna actually transition us to the after-hour stream now.
I'll be home for Christmas, if only in
Well, we got through another one, chat. It was long and enjoyable for once. But I'm afraid that's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Medi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Apoc, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Calibrating, D Cypher, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Oh Noab, Nadia, Jokey, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right. All these people here have helped produce the show with your eyes and ears. Just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. Engaging in 3, 2, 1. Whoa. Who's that? Who's that in the emotional support character bar? Is that Bruce Willis?
Have yourself a merry little Christmas.
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
Make the Yuletide gay. Next year all our troubles will be miles away. Once again, as in olden days, happy golden days of yore. Faithful friends who were near to us will be dear to us once more.
I know some people debate whether or not Die Hard is a Christmas movie. I am thoroughly and fully planted on the side of yes, in fact, it is a Christmas movie. Don't you dare say anything else. But of course, feel free to say whatever you want. Omega Star second. How are you second? We had a bunch of viewers on today. Well, great job. Great job, Omega Star. I'm grabbing that second place. Somehow. Gotta say, Snoopy's skating moves are quite graceful. Christmas movies. If I'm being really, really real right now.
And so I'm offering this simple phrase to kids from 1 to 92. Although it's been sad.
Oh boy, I gotta break out all the Hanukkah and Kwanzaa decorations now.
Merry
Okay, man, a lot of stuff we gotta do today. Can you nominate Luigi be the next emotional support character? Well, you can probably. We're at some point next year. I'm probably going to do another Galactic UN session on emotional support character nominations. Since we've grown a great deal since then, I've been wanting to do this. I've been considering making it like an annual tradition. We'll probably do it around the same time that we did it this year. So, like, I would say maybe like March or April or something. I don't remember exactly when we did that. But there may be a chance for you to get in any sort of emotional support characters you're interested in. Or feel like should have made the cut previously that didn't. Renominate or new nominations will probably happen. Giant cat. That is a Yule cat in the background. That is a Icelandic tradition of a giant spooky cat which prowls the frozen Icelandic... my brain just broke. Yeah, it's a actual traditional Christmas cat right there. We're trying to hit up all the Christmas traditions. If you look hard, you can see Krampus is up in the top floor of the Galactic Lake House. You got the Yule Goat. Santa's up there being led by Fry on a Scooty Puff Jr. Just so many holiday traditions all in one. if you keep your eyes out, they're all over the place. I've been trying to incorporate as many from around the world as I can find. I don't consider myself an expert on Christmas traditions, so it actually took me some effort. I noticed somebody mentioned the Festivus poll. That's one thing I regret not having up. We'll probably put it up with Kwanzaa and Hanukkah later today, because I'm going to do another stream today. But for now, pretend that the Galactic Pole is a Festivus pole, because in fact, that Galactic Pole can be used in emergency Festivus situations. So there you go for now. Just imagine that you could use that pole. That Tina from Bob's Burgers is doing a little Christmas twerking action next to.
Start falling. That's when those blue.
Is that true? Is that true, Geoda? The Yule Cat punishes the children with no warm clothes. See, clearly not a Christmas expert, because I did not know that part of that tale. Also not from Iceland. It's part of it. It looks like... Where is that? Pottersville? Wait, I can't read this. It's backwards. God damn it, Google. I can't read these. Where is this? Where is Santa right now? We can see him.
You'll be doing alright with your Christmas a while, but I have a blue Christmas. Ooh, I have a blue Christmas. Have a blue Christmas.
This scene is lagging a little bit right now. Why are you doing this?
Don we now our gay apparel, fa la 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 la. Troll the ancient Yuletide carol, fa la 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 la. Fast away the old year passes, la 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 la.
Our what apparel? Look, it's gay apparel. Just do it. Don't ask, question less, apparel more. Just teasing. Just teasing. Just teasing. You wear whatever kind of apparel you want. Who am I to tell you what to wear?
You better not cry, better not pout, I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is making a list and checking it twice. Gonna find out who's naughty and nice. Santa Claus is coming.
Our American apparel.
He sees you when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake. He knows if you've been bad or good. So be good for goodness sake. Oh, you better watch out. You better not cry. Better not pout. I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town.
Am I the only one shocked by Snoopy's skating abilities? As a dog, I kind of thought he'd be a little bit more awkward, but truly graceful. If I were an Olympic judge, I'd be scoring pretty high on these. What do you call it? What do they call them? What do they call? There's like a word that they call them. It's not tricks. I want to call it tricks, but that's not it. Elements. For all of these elements. Fantastic. Truly. Olympic quality skating from Snoopy.
With little tin horns and little toy drums, Rudy Toot Toots and Rummy Dum Dum, Santa Claus is coming to town. And curly head dolls that toddle and coo, elephants, boats, and kitty cars too. Santa Claus is coming to town. The kids in girl and boy land will have a jubilee. They're gonna build a toyland town all around the Christmas tree. So you better watch out, you better not cry, better not pout, I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming.
Bathroom. Where are we?
Every wish come true. Happy holiday, happy holiday.
May the calendar keep ringing. Happy holidays to you. If you're burdened down with trouble, if your nerves are wearing thin, park your load down the road and come to Holiday Inn.
If the traffic noise affects you like a squeaky violin, kick your cares down the stairs and come to Holiday Inn.
If you can't find somebody who will set your heart a-whirl, get in your car and motor to the home of Boy Meets Girl.
If you're laid up with a breakdown, throw away your vitamins.
Don't get worse.
Grab your nurse and come to Holiday Inn.
Happy holiday, happy holiday.
May the calendar keep ringing. Happy holidays to you. Merry Christmas. Season's greetings.
I don't know if there'll be snow, but have a cup of cheer.
Have a holly jolly Christmas, and when you walk down the street, say hello to friends you know and everyone you meet.
Ho, ho, the mistletoe hung where you can see.
Somebody waits for you.
Kiss her once for me.
Have a holly jolly Christmas.
And in case you didn't hear,
Oh my god, I just want to say, I noticed a couple people donated on Cash App. Really appreciate that. Really, really appreciate that. Bringing the galactic Christmas cheer to my heart. Really appreciate you people. I'm a duckist. I'm no such thing. I love our duck viewers just as much as our human and other mammal non-avian viewers. That is slander.
Come on, it's lovely weather for a sleigh ride together with you. Outside the snow is falling and friends are calling you. Come on, it's lovely weather for a sleigh ride together with you. Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up, let's go, let's go. Let's look for the shore. We're riding the wonderland of snow. Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up, it's grand. Just holding your hand. We're gliding along with the song of a wintry fairyland. Our cheeks are nice and rosy and comfy cozy.
Look at Santa. He's getting over the Caribbean Sea right now. This is, what is that, Cuba? Wait, hard to tell. I think that, yeah, wait. Oh my god, it's hard to... Trying to read these backwards. It's kind of tough with Santa in the way. Rudolph really making it hard. We are in the Caribbean right now. Or not we, but Santa appeared to be.
Without a single stop at the fireplace while we watch the chestnuts pop. Pop, 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 there's a happy feeling nothing in the world can buy. When they pass around the coffee and the pumpkin pie. It'll nearly be like a picture print by Courier and Ives. These wonderful things are the things we remember all through our lives.
That's a good point. Eggs aren't cheap right now at all. They are very expensive.
Just hear those sleigh bells jingling, ring, ting, tingling too.
It's the avian flu. It's the avian flu and also the greed. It's both of them, actually. It's a combination. Oh god. I'm just glad that Donald hasn't been affected by avian flu at this point. How do we keep our galactic bird chatter safe from avian flu? This is what I've been asking myself on the regular. It's a disturbing and unanswerable question at this time. For me, as a non-scientist, non-doctor.
We're snuggled up together like two birds of a feather would be. Let's take that road before us and sing a chorus or two. Come on, it's lovely weather for a sleigh ride together with you. Oh, come on! Hey, I'm getting my muffler. Come on! Oh, I gotta get galoshes. Hey, I'm gonna sneeze. Shoo! Good night, John. Come on! you better not cry, you better not pout, and I'm telling you why.
By the way, to anybody who missed the stream or missed parts of the stream like earlier today, I'm considering doing another stream with the same stuff we did today before the later stream during the day, like during the time the majority report's usually on, because I'm pretty sure. Oh, god damn it, am I muted? Am I muted?
Oh, you better watch out, you better not cry.
No, I'm not muted, I don't think.
I'm telling you why.
What was I saying? Oh, right, majority report. I don't think they're doing a show today, so I was considering doing this show essentially twice, and then doing another show this evening, the beginning of the Hanukkah and Kwanzaa celebrations and the tail end of the Christmas Day celebrations all combined. If I can manage all that. Probably won't be able to. Even though I'm saying it right now, it sounds insane. Now that I'm saying it out loud. In my brain, it felt okay. It felt right in my brain, and now that it's like coming out of my mouth, I'm like, what are you talking about, dude? That sounds fucking nuts. Oh, you know what I could do? I could re-upload the stream and premiere it as a live, technically. And that way I wouldn't have to physically do it myself. But it'll probably get copyright hit so hard, it won't even be uploadable. That's the only problem. Because I'll bet you money right now that when this live stream ends, you know, all of this music's gonna get hit. I'm gonna be forced to take it all out. Manually, one by one. It's gonna take forever. And so when if I were to upload it, it would do the same thing. And it would basically make the stream probably, I don't know, 30 seconds long. I don't know, I'm gonna figure it out. Maybe I'll do that. By the way, Space Fams, if you haven't heard me say it yet, happy holidays, Merry Christmas, now happy Hanukkah, it's the 25th, I think today's the first day, and I think it's also the first day of Kwanzaa, so happy Kwanzaa to you as well. All of the holidays, that's right. War on Christmas, while we celebrate Christmas. It's complicated around here. Avenge Black Wall Street. Okay. Okay, we will work and put that on the list of things to do.
Silent night, holy night, all is
Just feeling very cozy right now, hanging out with all of you here. Christmas Eve together as one big Space Fams.
round yon virgin mother and child, holy infant, so tender and mild, sleep.
You're not serious? I know what you're serious about. Oh no, I agree with you, Pitchforks. We should avenge it. It's just, where do we even start on the reparations on that one is the struggle. But you're right. Shit was fucked up.
Through the ice and snow.
How do we, you know, as a country, figure out how to undo the damage that one caused? Hard to say.
Oh, what fun it is to ride and sing a song tonight. Jingle bells, jingle all the way.
But it does need to happen.
Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Hey, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to
Fact is, the United States has a very long list of things that it needs to make up for, and you know, well, let's just say we got some fucking work to do. We got a lot of work to do. Could start by apologizing. That's an interesting theory. It's a bold strategy.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Toy trains, peppermint canes. Christmas is for kids.
Christmas is for kids.
New skates, almonds and days. Christmas is for kids.
Christmas is for kids.
Snowflakes, puddings and cakes, warm hearts, cinnamon tarts. Look around, my friend, and you will see. Christmas is for kids. Christmas is for kids. Christmas is for kids like you and me.
Stubbity-dum, stubbity-dum, Frosty. Stubbity-dum, stubbity-dum. Frosty the snowman was a jolly happy soul with a corncob pipe
and a button nose
and 2 eyes made out of coal. Frosty the snowman is a fairy tale, they say. He was made of snow, but the children know how he came to life one day.
There must have been some magic in that old silk hat they found. For when they placed it on his head, he began to dance around.
Oh, Frosty the snowman was alive as he could be.
And the children say he can laugh and play
Just the same as you and me. Stubbity-tum-tum, stubbity-tum-tum.
Hey, look at Frosty go! Whee!
Stubbity-tum-tum, stubbity-tum-tum. Over the hills of snow. Ding, ding. Stubbity-tum-tum, stubbity-tum-tum.
He's alive as he can be.
Look. Stubbity-tum-tum, stubbity-tum-tum. Happy and gay is he. Ding, ding. Dum-dee-I-do, ding-bum. Dum-dee-I-do, ding-bum.
Frosty the snowman knew the sun was hot that day. So he said,
let's run and have some fun before I melt away.
So down to the village with the broomstick in his hand, running here and there all around the square saying,
catch me if you can, ha-ha! He led them down the streets of town right to the traffic cop. And he only paused a moment when he heard him holler, stop! Stubbity-dum-dum, stubbity-dum-dum.
Hey, look at Frosty go! Whee!
Stubbity-dum-dum, stubbity-dum-dum. Over the hills of snow. Ding, ding. Stubbity-dum-dum, stubbity-dum-dum.
He's alive as he can be.
Look. Stubbity-dum-dum, stubbity-dum-dum. Happy and gay is he. Ding, ding.
Frosty the snowman
had to hurry on his way.
But he waved goodbye saying,
don't you cry, I'll be back again someday. Thumpity-thumpity-thump-thump, I'll be back again someday. Jingle, 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 jingle. Look at Frosty go. Wow.
Silver bells, silver bells, it's Christmas time in the city. Ring-a-ling, hear them ring, soon it will be Christmas Day. City sidewalks, busy sidewalks, dressed in holiday style. In the air there's a feeling of Christmas.
Children laughing, people passing, meeting smile after smile. And on every street corner you hear silver bells.
I love the Santa suit.
Silver bells. Just fill it up with loot.
It's Christmas time
in the city.
Ring-a-ling,
Oling, oling, oling.
hear them ring.
Me and my Marie.
Soon it will
be Christmas Day.
Christmas makes you feel emotional.
It may bring parties of thoughts devotional.
Whatever happens or what may be, here is what Christmas time means to me. Strings of street lights,
Even stoplights blink a bright red and green as the shoppers rush home with their treasures.
hear the snow crunch, see the kids bunch.
This is Santa's big scene,
And above all this bustle you hear Silver bells.
Du lieber, das ist gut.
Silver bells.
Wie golly, but you're cute.
It's Christmas time in the city.
City license?
Ring-a-ling. Hear them ring. Silver bell, a day's bouquet.
I wish this was a sleigh.
Get up on to lick. I think I see St. Nick.
Soon it will be Christmas.
Soon it will be Christmas Day.
Pour out the holly, put up the tree before my spirit falls again. Fill up the stocking, I may be rushing things, but deck the halls again now. For we need a little Christmas right this very minute. Candles in the window, carols in the spinet. Yes, we need a little Christmas right this very minute. It hasn't snowed a single flurry, but Santa dear, we're in a hurry. So climb down the chimney, turn on the brightest string of lights I've ever seen. Slice up the fruitcake, it's time we hung some tinsel on that evergreen bough. For we need a little music, need a little laughter, need a little singing, ringing through the rafter, and we need a little happy, happy ever after. It hasn't snowed a single flurry, but Santa dear, we're in a hurry. We need a little Christmas right this very minute. Candles in the window, carols at the spinet. Yes, we need a little Christmas right this very minute. Need a little Christmas now. Need a little Christmas
ice and snow in a one-horse open sleigh. Over fields we go, laughing all the way. Hear those sleigh bells ring, keeping spirits bright. Oh, what fun it is to ride and sing a song tonight. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Hey, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
You know Dasher and Dancer and Prancer and Vixen, Comet and Cupid and Donner and Blitzen.
But do you recall the most famous reindeer of all? Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had a very shiny nose, and if you ever saw it, you would even say it glows. All of the other reindeer used to laugh and call him names. They never let poor Rudolph join in any reindeer games. Then one foggy Christmas Eve, Santa came to say,
Rudolph, with your nose so bright,
won't you guide my sleigh tonight? Then how the reindeer loved him as they shouted out with glee, Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer, you'll go down in history.
I'll be home for Christmas. You can count on me. Please have snow and mistletoe and presents on the tree. Christmas Eve, you'll find me where the love light gleams. I'll be home for Christmas, if only in my yourself a merry little Christmas. Let your heart be light. Next year all our troubles will be out of sight.
yourself a merry little Christmas. Make the Yuletide gay. Next year all our troubles will be miles away. Once again, as in olden days, happy golden days of yore. Faithful friends who were near to us will be dear to us once more. Someday soon we all will be together, if the fates allow. Until then, we'll have to muddle through somehow. So have yourself a merry little Christmas now.
Try and stream more today, at least once. If not, do at least some sort of a quasi premiere stream midday, or a doubling of the stream, whatever it is. Either way, hope you enjoyed this one, and I hope to see you all again later. There is a U-log going over at the Bender stream, so if you need somewhere to go right now, go there. Tell them where you came from. And all the great stuff that they missed. Okay, don't do that. But, you know, that is still available.
Holy infant, so tender and mild, sleep in heavenly peace. Sleep in heavenly peace. Silent night, holy night, shepherd
Christmas without you. I'll be so blue, just thinking about you. Decorations of red on a green Christmas tree won't be the same, dear, if you're not here with me. And when those blue snowflakes start falling, that's when those blue heartaches start calling. You'll be doing alright with your Christmas of white, but I have a blue Christmas. One more time. I'll have a blue Christmas without you. I'll be so blue, just thinking about you. You'll be doing alright with your Christmas of white, but I have a blue Christmas. Ooh, I have a blue